Okay, we have a rather busy meeting tonight, and we have two hearings to start the meeting off. The first is a poll petition on Adams Road. I will read the notice. Okay. National Grid and Verizon New England Incorporated request permission to locate poles, wires, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the following right-of-way. Adams Road, National Grid to install 8 pole overhead line extensions to serve 2 lots, location approximately as shown on the plan attached. Wherefore it prays that after due notice and hearing as provided by law, I be granted a location for and permission to erect, maintain poles, wires together, sustaining protecting fixtures as it may find necessary. Said poles erected substantially in accordance with the plan filed herein marked Adams Road, Barry. Okay, and we have also for permission to lay and maintain underground laterals, cables, wires, and above intersecting ways for the purpose of making connections with such poles, buildings, as each of said petitioners may desire for distributing purposes. Your petitioner agrees to reserve the space for 1 cross arm at a suitable point on each of said poles for fire, police, telephone, telegraph wire signals belonging to the municipality and used exclusively for municipal purposes. Okay, and you're with us to...
My name is Rich Naleski, and I work at National Grid in Athol in the engineering department. And the landowners are the landowner is Richard Stevens, and he plans to develop at least 2 lots out on Adams Road as shown. There are no poles presently on Adams Road, and that's why we're before the board this evening to test these 8 pole locations.
Okay. Just so that people are wondering where Adams Road is, it is up off of Fruitland Road. Fruitland Road makes a sharp right angle turn back out onto Walnut Hill. It is off of that, the opposite side of that. So, board members, do you have any questions? Or?
Is any expense to the town for these poles or this work?
Well, there is an overhead line extension policy that National Grid applies, and those costs are borne by the customers. No, I don't know what arrangements the town has as far as the road itself is concerned. It is a rural dirt road. I would assume that if these houses are going to be built up there, somebody is going to be crowning that road and grading that road. Now, I believe Mr. and Mrs. Stevens have been in touch with the town and have talked about the upcoming development. It really doesn't have anything to do with National Grid.
Mm-hmm.
We're just curious if pole locations will be allowed. As you see, it's a long sweeping curve, and we have to locate poles on the outside of that curve in order so that the guy wires are toward the side of the road. So that's why the locations are as shown.
Okay.
I don't know much about the road as far as the So first time I've seen this today myself. I don't know if anyone else has before, and I don't know if the DPW has input. As to width of the road for location of the poles, if the road is at a set width, if it's planned to be widened or paved, I think there's a few more things we should have answered before we go ahead with poles to make sure the road's not going to change, you know, in structure and surface or anything.
Rich, have you been in contact with DPW?
Not I, no.
Neither,
Okay.
man.
But I'm sure the Stevens, the landowners were.
Okay.
And they did talk about how they were gonna do this. I was told anyway. But I would ask that, you know, you make a decision this evening, because, I mean, this is the hearing after all.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I actually purchased the land off of Richard Stevens, and I'm the one gonna be building, and so, and I talked to Jason Palental, and I'm gonna be putting in the road and widening it to make sure it's enough for emergency vehicles, and it needs to be gradable so they can grade it down. So that's where the road stands.
So Adams Road is currently a dirt road, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna create the proper width and
Right,
pave
I
it?
have to put 6 inches of gradable material so the town can, over time,
Oh, I got you.
maintain it.
You'll create the base if we choose to.
Correct, yeah. And then there actually might be 2 less poles, because now the original plan with the 8 poles is no longer. And I tried calling National Grid, and unfortunately, they haven't gotten back to me yet. And to change the quote or change the plan.
Are you just looking to take off the last 2? Is that the idea?
I believe where the first lot starts, that I'm where,
The original person that called in the work request was to purchase a piece of land beyond you, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So, we left the plan as it was, knowing that that land is still for sale and will be up for sale. So hopefully, we can get the poles to serve that lot also.
So if I'm looking at this, when you're talking about your first lot, is that at the corner of Fruitland? Or the other end?
The other end, that would be,
All right,
so around, I don't know, I didn't.
I'm thinking around pole 6.
That's what I was thinking also.
Okay, so and that's why you're saying the other 2 might not be something you need, but you're
Correct,
saying
right.
you
Yeah.
see the,
I'm saying the landowners still want to develop that, and it's still for sale.
I follow you.
Further lots down.
Are there any existing structures like stone walls that control one side or the other of this road? What, is it on both sides or just one, do you know?
Both sides.
I believe it's on both.
Okay.
But there is openings where my lot begins, existing openings, so you wouldn't have to disturb the original lot.
For your lot, you mean access to your lot?
Yeah, my lot, yeah.
The reason I bring it up is, again, the telephone pole now kind of will encroach on, create a tighter space again, if you're not putting it on the private side of the stone wall, which I know is not normally what we would do, but it,
Our intention is to have both the poles and the anchors within the public way. That's what we're petitioning for at this point.
and that's what, guy wires are about 10 feet
Mm.
off from the pole.
There are instances where we can only get
To 6.
6 to 8 feet.
I
and,
gotcha.
So this road will be tight, but one of the reasons we're petitioning is to establish the pole locations, and therefore the landowner has a cue as to what part of the road has to be crowned. So that's a good reason to try to establish a pole location so that he knows where to crown.
Do you have any actual measurements of the road width? I'm sorry, Charlie, I just
Yeah,
keep...
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
This is back to what I was asking.
And that's where I was just curious, how much of the current roadway is gonna be taken over by the poles? So we're now, like, how
Well, they
narrow are we
staked.
making it?
They are staked, and they've been staked for quite some time.
Yeah.
so-
I was on vacation last week, so I apologize for not having the time to get out there before today's meeting.
Yeah, this was, it was a while back. In fact, it was several months ago, am I correct?
Correct.
The public hearing was posted, what, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Well,
So
the first time it
I
was
wouldn't have known
posted.
about it until then, so. Is that correct? It was about 2 weeks ago?
Okay.
Yeah, we've had the folder for a month or so.
Yep. Now, the tree cutting is,
There would be some tree
Okay.
cutting required because there are some
trees.
trees out there.
Okay.
Because it's a, if you can picture it, it's a.
Yeah, I've been
it's a-
out on the
It's a
road.
farm.
Yeah,
It's a rural dirt road.
This is a private road or town-owned road?
Town
right now?
road.
It's
Town-owned road.
Once again, there's no state road map in front of me, there's nothing from my DPW in front of me, there's nothing that makes me comfortable knowing that these poles aren't gonna get put in a location that's an issue in the future. I don't, this is the first time it's set in front of me. And I don't pretend to know the normal process of approving this. But to me, it would seem that I would want to have not someone else's word for it, but my DPW superintendent here to speak of the roads, who would have the state road map and the state road layouts for the actual width of that road, improved size of that road, and paved, if any, section of that road, which are all in the state road maps, and none of those here in front of me tonight. It makes me very uncomfortable to go ahead and approve that. That's my concern.
Well, generally, when we come to a poll hearing, all of that has taken place. So
Once again, this is the
Again, I-
first time it's been presented to me, unfortunately.
Okay.
I don't know why. If this looks like this petition came out in May 23rd, this letter was written. Yeah, that's,
Do you have a full petition?
that's
Can I
too
see
August
this?
4th?
Can I see that for a second? No, the her. What's the
May
date stamp?
23rd was the National Grid
What's the date
letterhead,
stamp on the top right?
June 13th.
Of us.
We received it on June 12th. And the clerk got it on the 13th.
Yeah, this has been in our office on the desk for viewing since,
It's
I think the end of
never-
June.
Never made my attention. I don't understand why.
Outside of that, how's the timeline on your planning board approval, things like that, and your timelines? So how does, in other words, the decision, how does that affect your actual timeline?
Well, again, we started with the poll locations and the work request they needed those poll locations established so that the road improvement could take place. They would know what side of the road the poles were gonna end up on. The work request was called in, we work on them as we do under our normal procedures. When a customer asks us for service, we have to respond. So,
No, I agree. I'm just
Yeah.
curious how that affects your timeline. So if we wanted another week
don't
to,
know.
That's
I don't know.
fine, like, you can talk to Jason, I've been talking with him right along, and he just says basically, there are parts of the road that have to be widened, from rock wall to rock wall. A lot of it's just grown in brush.
Yep.
Small saplings, there are large trees, but it just, he said, I don't remember the exact foot of how wide it has to be. It just has to be passable for fire trucks, things like that.
Yeah.
To get by.
But these are the kind of things I think are important to have it exact before we approve it, because if we're wrong, and if the poles are set, then we're gonna have to move things. I'm not in any way trying to say we shouldn't put poles out there, but I don't think this is ready for poles at this point.
Can I make a suggestion? DPW is meeting on Monday, a week from today, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You could possibly approve pending DPW's approval.
or we could just follow it up at that meeting jointly.
Yeah, you just wouldn't have Rich available, that's Mr. Naleski. I'm trying to just figure
I
out a
don't know
solution.
if we need a lot more input from you. I understand generally what you're trying
I'm
to
not ready to
accomplish.
do
I'm
that.
just looking at the idea of, say, we put in a pole, and for the sake of argument, we give us 10 feet to the rock wall. Well, so from that pole, how far to the next rock wall do we need to meet the DPW's requirements? And if we can do that, or say 8 to 10, you know, give them, I understand what you're saying. Some are as
I think
close
most
as
of the
5.
mistakes with shorter leads.
And I understand that, it can be done.
Yeah, I think they're staked with shorter leads, and
So-
you'll see that. What I will do in the meantime is I will check all the poll stakes. I think I'm open tomorrow, so I'll check all the poll stakes to be absolutely sure they're all still there, because
And I'd be
there have been
curious
some
to see-
issues in the past.
Yeah.
So-
Curious
I
to
think
see
I
what the layout
recall.
is for this, you know, sometimes the stone walls are accurate, sometimes the lines have moved because of, you know, state road requirements and
Well, I'm pretty sure these roads haven't been surveyed, so it's
just want to make sure before.
Yeah,
we
they're
decide.
not. I can-
So it's
like
done,
A
it's
lot of
done
them
once.
were originally laid out in, what, rods, am I correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
They're either two rod or 3 rod layouts, so. Does the stone wall, do the stone walls always reflect that?
No.
My experience, not always.
And the road may have to go, I mean, it may be a center line measurement out, but I would doubt it on this road. It's probably, the road is probably not centered, so when we talk about widening, it may flare out to one side in one place and the other side elsewhere. So maybe we need to get Jason, if that's the case, to give an idea where the layout's gonna be. That shouldn't be that difficult for them to do. And then we'd see where those stakes lay within that layout, and if we have enough distance in room.
But I have
My
no
concern.
problem trying to, you know, just close that up next week and be able to give you an answer officially. But I don't think there's gonna be a problem, it's just without having that
Okay.
number, it just makes me want to just make sure I do my due diligence.
I don't think we need to have him back for that. We
No, I
understand.
really don't think you need to add more info. I doubt there's gonna be something that's, what are you gonna do now? There's engineering ways of doing all kinds of things, so I'm not overly, even if it means you get an easement across the stone wall to drop in an anchor, because you gotta put the pole closer to the stone
Well,
wall.
again, that can be a problem, that can kill the whole deal. As it
I
has
don't
in the
disagree.
past,
I've-
As it has in the past, so, that's
Gotta
why,
get good with your neighbors.
yeah, that's why
Do we know the abutters along this on both sides?
So
or-
could you approve it pending?
We notify all the abutters.
So we know
Okay,
all
I'm
the
just getting
abutters.
ready to do
It'd be
that.
nice to see that drawn out in a plot plan too, with the lots that are beside it. And if it does get near somebody, we at least be ready to talk to them.
All the abutters have been notified of tonight's hearing.
Okay, that's what I was getting ready to ask. Is there anyone else?
Difference between being notified and if we need an easement, being able to talk to them for the easement, that's what I'm saying.
Well, look, that gets down to him.
Yeah.
Or whoever the owner of the adjacent land is in
Well,
grid
it's
sometimes.
National Grid does its own easements, okay? So that changes the plans, and that throws a monkey wrench in the entire thing. So that's why we are planning here to try to get everything in the public way. And
Let's hope that's the case.
Yeah.
But clearly I have nothing that shows me that is the case yet, so.
Okay, you all set? Does anyone else wish to speak on this issue, or? Okay. Not on the planning board here, but these look like just straight, I guess, A&R approval not required lots, just house lots along the edge of the road. No subdivision, there wouldn't be much of a plan in place for the lots. So, that would be my guess, but,
I'm going to make a motion to table this until the DPW meeting, and we can readdress it then and move forward at that point if necessary.
okay. Do I have a second on that?
I thought that was just something that happens. When it gets tabled, but I'll second it.
You're gonna just bring it back up at the DPW meeting, though, so it's good to clarify that, I guess.
That's what you were saying, right?
Yes.
Table it to the
Bring it-
DPW
bring it up
commission
to the
meeting.
DPW meeting specifically.
Okay.
So it'll be
Do
on
we have
that
to
agenda.
set up a separate selectmen's
Okay.
meeting, or we can just do the business
We
then.
have to set up the second one.
Okay, with that, I'll call for a vote in favor.
Aye.
Aye. So we will be discussing this again with the DPW next week at the Town Barn, 7 o'clock. Week from tonight. I said next week, Monday evening, whatever,
I think it's the
August the
14th.
14th.
the 14th. At 7, okay.
Okay. I'll be on vacation next week, so.
Okay. I'll get in touch with you.
Congratulations.
That'll be extra easy for you.
Congratulations.
Again, I don't expect this to be a,
Thank you for your consideration.
thank you.
Oh, okay.
Do you wanna do that right now? We have about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay, what's he getting at?
I'm not sure.
Okay, we have a young man here with the Boy Scouts, and what brings you into us tonight, and you can come right up and sit at the hot seat here if you want with everybody, and
I'd rather sit here.
what?
I'd rather sit here.
All right.
But thank you.
So what brings you in? Are you in just to observe the meeting, or?
I have a badge that I have to get. It's called Citizenship
Oh.
Community.
Oh, this is for a badge?
Yeah.
Okay, well, welcome to our meeting, and why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've done in scouting, and stand right up, so don't be worried, we're not gonna do anything here. And
See your selectmen.
It's actually more comfortable to sit here, because then you're not looking at everyone else behind you. Just looking at us if you're up here, it's a lot easier.
No, we always like having this sort of thing going on in town, so
Thank you. I'd rather just stand here.
don't be nervous.
But I've been in Scouts for 3 years.
Oh, no, since you were Cub Scout, maybe a little bit
That's not
longer.
Scout, that's not Boy Scout.
Oh, right. He's been since he was a Cub, so they don't count that.
Okay, well, very good.
I've recently been at camp for 5 days, and I got mine, and you got, basically, the only reason I go to the 5-day camp is so I can get badges,
And learn more.
and also, the badge I'm trying to get right now is equal required. Equal required means, like, I have to get so many badges, like first aid I need to get in order to get Eagle, and I also have to do my Eagle project, which is way in the future.
Yeah, yep.
What's your current rank?
Second class. I'm really close to first class, so.
Nice, nice. And I apologize, what's your name, sir?
Tim,
Good to meet you, Tim.
thank you.
Okay, now what troop are you with?
Doesn't say, yeah,
Yeah.
Troop 123.
Okay,
He's based out of Leicester because he lives half the time away from Dad's with Dad, and he lives
Nice.
in there.
okay, well, welcome to our meeting, and
Thank you.
I hope you learned something this evening, and when you get the badge and want to get involved, we have a lot of opportunities for people to volunteer, and I think one of the things that makes a town like Barry and all these towns in the area so good is we're pretty much run by volunteers, and it is the, it is a goal of public service of many, many people in our town, and that includes this board. So it's important that we instill this in young people today. So we're very proud to have you with us. If you have any questions, be sure to ask. We probably can't answer them, but we'll pass them on to Andrew or Fay. But unless Lester would like to answer them. But so welcome to our meeting. And if you have any questions and have questions after you leave, feel free to give us a call and someone will get back to you. Okay? Thank you. Okay. We have another public hearing. Did you get the?
I do. I have the notice.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have a public hearing scheduled for 7 p.m. Take notice that the Board of Selectmen will conduct a public hearing on Monday, August 7th, 2017 at 7 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Henry Woods Building, 40 West Street, Barry, on a proposed transfer of an all-alcohol package license from Quabbin Plaza Liquors Incorporated, DBA Quabbin Plaza Liquors, to Ishana, I hope I didn't, Incorporated, DBA Quabbin Plaza Liquors for the premises located at 578 Summer Street, Barry. Persons wishing to comment may do so at that time. The board will consider written comments received prior to the hearing. The meeting room is handicapped accessible. Persons requiring reasonable accommodations should contact Town Administrator's Office in advance, and it's for the Board of Selectmen, Faye Zukowski, Administrative Assistant. Now, come right up.
Good evening. Thank you.
Good news.
So my name is Matthew Porter. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Ashana Inc. This is Manil Patel, who's the 100% owner of Ashana Inc. and also the proposed manager of the location as well. So before the board is pretty straightforward sale, liquor store, and obviously with that comes the corresponding transfer of the license. Along with the transfer of the license is a pledge of that license. Essentially, we're financing the transaction, so the bank takes back the pledge in case that loan were ever defaulted on. So, like I said, very straightforward. We have our financing in place. We've already met with the landlord. The lease assignment is already agreed upon, obviously pending the approval of the town and the state on that transfer of the license. Manil is very experienced in the liquor store industry and the retail industry in general. I believe it was 3 years back now, purchased a store out of Phillipston. The store had been shut down. The license was completely in non-use, and he's actually been able to build back up that store and become a real part of that community up there. And just looking to try to continue, that success in town here. So with that, I can certainly answer any questions as it relates to the application. No major changes are, anticipated. The store will continue to operate the same way that it does. No major renovations or anything along those lines. With that, like I said, I can answer any questions, but I certainly can as well.
Okay, did you want to add anything to that?
No, that's pretty much it. Covers it, yeah.
Okay. Okay, board members?
Just one question is, do you own other properties in Barry?
No, sir.
Okay.
Will you be managing this facility yourself, or you will
Yes,
have
sir.
someone else?
No, I'm gonna be managing, plus I'm gonna have some employees to run.
So what percentage of time do you think you'll actually be here at the store?
Pretty much at least minimum 40 hours a week.
Nice, nice, very involved, I like that.
Yes. And I'm just gonna pretty much keep everything as it is that's going on. It's nothing like I'm planning to change in there. Maybe 2 racks here and there, no. And it's gonna be, hours gonna be same. So, it's just
Pretty much a transfer of ownership.
Transfer of ownership.
I have no further questions.
Okay. We have all the notices back from abutters and everything.
Yeah, I don't know where the folder went down there.
Yeah.
I think one letter got returned for non-deliverable.
Okay. Okay, did anybody have anything they wish to comment on this? Okay. One thing, I don't have any problem with it. Before we take a vote, I just want to say one thing that we can be concerned with, and I'm sure if you're operating a place now, but that's the sale to minors. We want to make sure that is.
That's complete. I never had any tickets so far, and we are very concerned with that. And we keep the state-of-the-art POS system that scans the ID. Even if it's fake ID, we know that it's
Yep.
fake ID, and we put the signs all along the stores that
Yeah.
if you're not 21, we won't sell you, no matter how big the sale is. So
Okay.
in any scenario.
Okay,
So
but
we-
that
we
is,
keep it very straight and clear message, even like at the storefront or anywhere that we can possibly do. So it's definitely gonna be a strict practice on that.
okay. That is one thing that would trigger a hearing with the board, as I'm sure you're aware, but something that we just can't let slide or anything.
That's completely not acceptable for us to do.
Okay.
Definitely.
Similar hours of operation, any other changes like that?
Similar
Everything
hours
else,
of operation,
no other
yeah.
impacts?
No other impacts.
Sale of the products, similar?
Similar,
Nothing
everything's
unusual?
Nothing that we planning to add, to these products.
Okay, do I have a motion? Not hearing any objection?
Make a motion to accept the transfer of ownership
That's
as indicated in the notice.
I second the motion.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, thanks
Yep,
for coming in.
thanks for working
Thanks for
with
taking
us.
an interest in our town.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We look
I
forward to
wanted
having you in
just
town.
in case you guys-
Sell a winning lottery ticket.
Sure,
We
right
just
there.
need to, like, and I have one in the back. I don't want them to get confused, just in case we make it.
And this is signed here, bottom left.
Yeah, local, yes, please.
Take care. Okay.
We each get a sign in the bottom left.
Mhm. Okay, now we have some minutes to attend to before I forget, and what is the pleasure of the board?
I'm sorry?
Andy, have to sign this too or no?
No, just you guys.
Making sure it's right-handed.
I reviewed, I would make a motion to accept the meeting minutes of May 1st, 2017.
Second motion?
Okay, discussion, errors or omissions? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote in favor.
Aye.
Okay. Okay.
Three items done in 35 minutes, record pace. And it included 2 public hearings in the town.
Okay, we have an issue that's been going on for some time, and that's to issues related to Corey procedures, doing background checks on people that apply for town positions and work with various youth groups, do almost anything. And our policies on this have been a little bit nebulous, and there's been some questions raised as to why we should have to do it. And I think in the past, our answers have always been, it would be awfully nice if we didn't have to do it. You know, I don't think it's something none of us want to really have to do, but I guess in this day and age, it's something that's kind of a necessary evil, for lack of a better term. So we need to have a streamlined policy and procedures in place. And I don't know if you want to add anything at this point, Andrew, or?
Yeah, so just as a background, we had that meeting with the youth commission to, discuss some concerns that they had that you kind of alluded to. So it was determined at that time that the town's policy, which was drafted pretty much based off the CGIS model, it didn't provide enough guidance of who should be applying to Corey checks and when. So I provided this draft policy that's in your packets, just kind of like as a starting point for you guys to consider something going forward. It's kind of along the same lines that Matt had forwarded to me earlier today that the school department uses. But say we don't have to necessarily go into discussion about this tonight, but I just encourage you guys to read this, provide some comment, possibly we could discuss this at a later meeting.
Okay. Now, has this been circulated to the departments?
No, at this point, this was, I didn't have really a lot of time to go into this, so I really just kind of wanted to get something to you guys for this meeting, just kind of like as a discussion point, because I had promised the previous meeting that I have something for you.
Okay.
But I will forward it off to the department heads.
Okay, gentlemen, do you want
I read it. Generally, I appreciate more the details in regard to the procedure and how quarry reports will be reviewed and applied. I do think we might need to do a little bit better in clarifying when it's required to have a quarry. What you submitted didn't necessarily speak to that much. It just says when it's required, this is what we'll do.
Okay.
And but I think that was one of the bigger issues that came up that caused us to start reviewing this again. And I just, in the one I sent you from the schools, you'll notice a couple paragraphs that kind of get into that there in the beginning that says this is when we would do it. I think some of the wording was when in direct contract and unmonitored. That was the key guidelines of when an employee or a volunteer or someone would have to be quarry checked, is if you're ever going to be in direct contact or unmonitored. And then it went in to try to describe a couple examples of where you might be verging beyond the unmonitored. And what they mean by unmonitored is if you're a volunteer and you might be in direct contact with children, to be unmonitored means there isn't another employee or volunteer that has been quarried there watching you work with the group. So in other words, there will always be somebody on site that is quarried, but sometimes there may be certain events that a volunteer might step in for one event and just be helping with kind of crowd control, but they're never away from the quarried person in the crowd. So these are judgment decisions. I'm not saying that's what we would do, but it's kind of worded that way in the school policy. So that's where I was looking at possibly introducing that into our policy in some manner. And I'm not saying do exactly what the schools do, but I think there definitely would be a very good guideline for us because we entrust the schools with our children for a lot of our time.
I assume that the quarry means the criminal offender, not just with, sexual offenders or some issues with children. It's
Right.
generally any criminal background check.
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily want to be outlined to, I think, just when people deal with children, but if we have people handling funds and things, there's other times we want to have quarry checks in place for the employees. And maybe we should consider all employees are quarry checked, and volunteers or committee appointments would be quarry checked on a different guideline. But I would still think that it would be wise to quarry check all employees, period.
Since quarry checks are required pretty much to be updated every 3 years, we've enacted it to be anybody who's renewing their appointment on any board or commission be quarry checked as part of their reappointment. So we'll make sure that we put this in.
Right, and I would assume we'd want disclosure if someone had any criminal activity or actions taken against them.
Mm-hmm.
But to renew the quarry check every 3 years also ensures that something doesn't happen that we don't know about.
Right.
I think that's a reasonable safety for the town. Given the history of some of the things that have happened in town, it'd be wise to keep up with taking care of things in financial matters.
I think that, like Andrew said, doing it along the lines of the appointments keeps it an easy way to track,
And
when they're due and, what the term.
And I like the idea of still running it by some of the other department heads before we do it to see if, you never know what their input might be, they might look at something. This is great, like I said, great starting point. I don't think it's gonna change much from here. But some language as to who's gonna be quarried and what trips it, and how often we do quarry people in general. And just see if the department heads have any other input. They've all been, having employees, vetting employees, and seeing what sort of things come up over years with their employees. They may have input that we haven't thought of because they deal with employees on a first-hand basis.
Yeah, and Andrew, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the state quarry department has standards on how in-depth the quarries go based on what kind of position, so to speak, whether they're new employees, volunteers, for even contractors, if we're hiring subcontractors. The quarry system itself, CGIS, that dictates the depth of the quarry.
What they'll provide to you for your review.
Correct.
Then our language may need to reflect some of those things more specifically.
And that's why they provide a model policy that the town has already established. This is more of kind of what trips us to ask for that court.
Right. And I
And
agree
then what
with
is-
Greg's
yeah.
point too, there's another side to more of a long-term, fully involved employee or
Right.
volunteer. So there's,
So there'll be different reasons for that with
Okay.
volunteers, and some volunteers may not be necessary, but I think, as we discussed before, certainly dealing with children, I think is warranted.
All right, no problem. I will update this based on
Okay.
those comments, and I'll send it out to you as soon as I get that done.
thank you.
Okay, and I know before we move on, I've had a number of folks speak to me about this issue, and some people kind of take offense to it because, you know, it's calling into question possible integrity or anything like that, and it is not meant to do that. It is just meant to make sure everyone is protected. It is a necessary evil, I guess, for today. It doesn't mean to offend, we don't mean to offend people or we certainly don't want to discourage those, but it's just one of these things that we've reached a point we just have to do these sort of things. And I think most youth groups, I'm sure with the Scouts, they require one, and I know 4-H does in personal situations, so it is kind of unnerving, I guess, the first time you hear about it, because, you know, you think, oh, they must think something's wrong, but it doesn't reflect on anyone in particular, so. Okay, we have the hazard mitigation team.
Yeah, so I just provided a little bit of an update on that. You know, pretty much we're at year 5 of our hazard mitigation plan, which requires us to review it, put a team together that's going to do that. We're going to be working with CMRPC. So I need to we basically need to appoint a team of individuals who are going to be on this. I provided a list that includes Fire Chief and Emergency Management Director Robert Kowalski, Police Chief John Carbone, DPW Director Jason Pimentel, Rutland Regional Emergency Dispatch Director Michael Moriarty, myself as Town Administrator, Building Commissioner Brianna Scavira, the Animal Control Officer Laura Peace, and Planning Board Member Dennis Fleming to both serve on this committee. So if you would please appoint these individuals. And below you also see kind of a timeline of what to expect from this. We'll have 3 meetings. One will be a kickoff meeting to explain to everybody pretty much what the charge is and to kind of start with the investigation process. The next one will be to identify critical infrastructure and hazards to the town. And then the final meeting will be to develop the mitigation strategy. Once that's developed, that'll go to the select board for review. You won't act on it at that time, but it'll go to both MEMA and FEMA, who will both provide comment and approve the plan. Once they approve it, it'll come back to you for approval, and that'll be the process. Once we complete that, we'll be eligible to apply for hazard mitigation planning grants for the next 5 years. It's also a prerequisite if we were to have if we were to have a federally declared disaster that we would receive aid. So that's why it's really important that we do this.
Will it come before us prior to going to FEMA and MEMA?
Yes, you guys won't act
So you would get
on
our
it.
comments before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys just wouldn't, approve it. You would formally approve it once it's been approved by them. It's kind of like
Kind of
it's kind of
approve the
backward.
ability to submit it to the state and federal.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, I got you. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yep.
You were still
The,
going.
the UMass Medical Center, do we have anybody there that you might be contacting to see how they may be involved in helping the
I would
town in
like-
that situation?
Yeah, I would like somebody to, maybe serve as, maybe, in fact, though, I had actually reached out to the school department and Stetson. Unfortunately, I didn't hear back from them. I can try to reach out again. I would like somebody from those 3 to be involved in the process, though.
Okay.
So, I at least would like to get this group of people appointed so that way we can get the kickoff meeting going and get this wrapped up.
At least people all informed and in agreement to be on the committee before
Yes.
we go appoint them.
The only person I haven't heard back from was the animal control officer, but everybody else has agreed.
Thank you. Sounds like a good plan to me.
Great start.
Okay, do you have any questions?
I Do you know, that was the only
Just-
one?
The only question I had was, can we actually appoint somebody from out of town to this? You know, because the Rutland Dispatch.
Right. They are a primary stakeholder in town, and that is pretty much what they
Yeah, I know.
what they consider to be a somebody who's eligible to be part of this. As long as they're, they don't have to be a town resident. Say, in my case, I am not a town resident, but as long as they have a stake in the well-being
Okay.
of the community.
Okay. All right.
Do you need us to formally vote on the
Yes.
appointments?
Yes, please.
Do we have to, does this committee already exist, or do we have to form a committee first?
We have to form this committee.
So we could do this in one motion then? I'd make a motion that we form the pre-disaster mitigation committee by appointing the people as listed here on our sheet, which would be Fire Chief Bob Rogowski, Police Chief Bob Carbone, DPW Director Jason Pimento, Regional Dispatch Director Mike Moriarty, Town Administrator Andrew Golis, Building Commissioner Brianna Scoria, Animal Officer Laura Pease, and Planning Board Member Dennis Fleming.
Okay.
And is there a term to this, like you're stating?
Well, we can do it for a one-year term because we're going to have this turned around within the next 6 months.
For a one-year term.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'd like to amend the motion to include that the first order of business is to develop the actual written charge as to what they're doing. It's more just an outline of what you told us, I guess.
Okay.
You may have already done it, but that way at least it's
That's
a
fine.
formal charge and we can just say, yes, that's what you're doing.
Or would it just basically take this, put it as a formal charge? Got
Yeah,
it.
and then we can all sign it and say that's what we said to do. So that's my second.
Okay, do you want to include that in your?
Absolutely.
Okay,
You
so
just
we
did.
took care of that problem. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. We have the DPW union contract.
And I spoke with Labor Council today. Unfortunately, he's got some new help in the office that delayed the development of the contracts. He's having them work on it on Wednesday, and hopefully we'll have it after that.
Okay, so they've approved it at this point?
Yes, but we still need to.
Okay, we need to vote to do it, right?
Yep.
So you guys could do that Monday as well. If-
Sure.
if
As long as we have it
yeah,
by
as long as
then.
we can
If
just-
it's ready?
Yeah. Once we have it in front of us, we'll be able to vote.
Okay, okay, sounds good. Okay, and we have the appointment of the local building inspector, and we have an agreement here.
Yeah, so, at your last meeting, you guys approved that agreement. And like I said, Matt, I believe you were in on the negotiation for this contract.
Yeah.
From what my understanding of it is that, it was assumed that our building inspector would be the building commissioner, and that the other inspector would be the local inspector underneath that agreement. Now, since that local inspector is not a member, or is not an employee of the town, we still need to formally appoint that person. If you want, I can provide information, but I believe that was kind of the intent of the agreement.
Completely agree.
So I would just say to formally appoint Robert Laguerre as the building inspector because of the, due to the agreement.
I make a motion to appoint Robert Laguerre as the part-time local building inspector.
Second the motion.
Okay, discussion.
Yes. I tied Andrew up in this because he wanted to appoint this on his own. I didn't know if that was appropriate, if we had to make the appointment. So while we're on the topic, I think we ought to discuss that for a minute, just not to hold this up, but for future and issues like this, is this something he can appoint? Or do we actually have to do this? Because the more he can do, the more we'll get done at our meetings without these details.
I think when you get down below the department head level, it's kind of the town administrator and the department head's hiring process, and then they submit their recommendation through that wage authorization form. That's what I believe has been the practice,
Okay.
so I'm okay with that.
And I only held them up because I wasn't sure. The way I've read it before is we're to make appointments, but we don't want to be appointing everybody that works in this town. We want to be appointing department heads. I see our role in town is more of the, dealing with the bylaws and the bigger issues, and we can't deal with hiring every employee. I'd expect the department heads and Andrew are more than capable to do that, and that's why I wanted to discuss it here before we do this. So in the future, clearly, we can allow these appointments to go through the administrative.
Then I'll just present
That
the
makes
wage
sense.
authorization to you guys once the decision's been made.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
Okay. Promise I clear that up.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate it when you do like the emails outside of the office saying this happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted
Not
to
waiting
know
until
too.
the meeting is nice, but.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to hold it
No,
as
that's-
a power struggle. I wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that it is a
Yeah.
point of legality, we're doing it properly. So as
Yeah,
long
and
as we're in
obviously-
agreement.
Obviously, I'm still feeling it out as to
Yeah,
what my.
I understand. I'm not trying to step on your toes, that's for sure. I would rather you're doing it.
So going on to
Oh,
the next.
Not yet. That was the end of my, that was the end of my discussion on it. You can go for your vote now.
I can wait until after the vote.
Or you can do a vote. Well, technically now we don't have to.
Yeah.
Since we're on it, we vote.
Okay. So we all set with that?
Yeah,
Call
so I'll
the
just
vote.
prove.
What?
You gonna call a vote or just let him appoint it?
Yeah.
Since we've come
Yeah,
this far.
no, I'll call the vote. Call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry about that.
Now we won't have to do it again.
To approve the
Now-
wage authorization.
Now it's done.
Pretty much.
It's all set.
Okay, we have the appointment as the assistant town accountant. I don't know. if
So I don't know if you guys just want to go through, or rather than go through this, if you guys just want to handle it in the same fashion?
Nope. Do the wage authorization, or? This is exactly the scenario I was talking about, and,
Yeah,
So just as a, as a summary, we received 5 applicants for this position. That includes 10 hours every other week for payroll processing. The town accountant, Jean Joel, and I reviewed the applicants. We determined that there was one individual that was most qualified, brought her in for an interview, and decided to appoint her to that position. It's Ms. Kelly Garland. And say I had provide you a copy of her resume, so if you guys approve the wage authorization, we'll have that for your signature for the next, or whenever you're available to sign.
Actually, the chair only signs that, so.
Or
Mhm.
when the chair's available to sign.
Sure.
okay. So we need a vote on that?
To approve the wage
if you
authorization.
approve the wage, yes, then you just sign it.
Mhm.
How was that classified? See, that's the thing, we just don't have it, so I don't know what you're paying
No,
right now.
it's classified as a, one of the
A1 or
administrative
the-
assistants.
Yeah, it's
I forget.
under the authority of the.
We'd already
Would be okay.
made the pay amount allotment for it, I believe, so that's all
Well, it was-
set. We just.
Yeah, budgeted for a certain
Right, it's
number, at a
budgeted,
certain rate.
allocated for that, so I'd make a motion that we authorize the pay for the
I
assistant.
second the motion.
accountant.
Okay. Further discussion? Kathy?
I'd like to say, Charlie, people sitting back here cannot hear anything that you're saying up there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't,
So just if you could speak a little louder.
yeah, speak a little.
Okay.
Yeah, I should know, because I had trouble hearing people coming
Right.
back. So, yeah, okay, we will do that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote in favor.
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you. The public records policy?
So at our July 18th department managers meeting, town clerk Ellen Glidden noted that the town was not in compliance with the updated public records law because the town had not adopted a public records management policy. So I worked with Ms. Glidden to draft a public records management policy, which I've attached for your consideration. I believe everything should be in there. It's pretty boilerplate with how the state's provided it. We are, pretty much in partial compliance because we do provide the contact information for all the records access officers, but this basically gives a policy for requesting of records. That would be a formal policy of the town.
Okay. Guess we can move on. License for the,
Andrew, did you need a vote on that?
Yeah, I just need you guys to formally vote to adopt the policy.
Okay. Do I have a motion on,
Should we go through it quickly, exactly, or no?
Has the town clerk had a chance to review and comment?
Yes. Yeah,
She's
she
a-
provided,
involved with
yeah,
it.
she provided this boilerplate to me. I came back, provided some comment back, and we're in concurrence that everything should be there.
I'll let you know if she tells me different.
Yes, the only thing that
Sure
was a
you'll
little,
find out.
the only thing that was a little fluid was the attachment A, that pretty much lists the general description of public records that would be maintained, but this is really only an example of what should be maintained. Obviously, it's gotta be, you know, these are a minimum of records. There's gotta be more outside of it, kind of, as policies change, so will the records that need to be kept, that need to be kept.
okay. Do I have a motion?
I'm horrible at finding this.
Or you can wait if you want.
There we go.
Right.
It's up to,
Now, the record access officers. You want that in the policy or as an attachment also, so if employees changing things, it's
Yeah, we could.
a little different
could
when
amend-
you put it before us, it's not like a whole policy change per se.
Yeah, we could amend that as attachment two, pretty much, to the policy.
I mean, other than that, I like it. I will. I'm not sure if I'm saying anything makes all that big a difference in the way it happens.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll just confirm that with Ellen, just to make sure that it doesn't change anything, but I think, you know, that's kind of just a small change that we can take care of easily.
Do we want to? I'd make a motion to accept the public records access policy
With the
with
changes
the
discussed.
caveat that they would move the record access officers as an attachment.
mhm.
Second the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
We've got the license for the Ice House Pub.
Yeah, Andrew,
I think we've already-
you don't happen to have my old business folder, do you?
I do not know.
I can't find it anywhere.
Okay.
Okay, I can't find it. Okay, so I'll have,
Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you very
Good
much.
night.
Good rest of the night.
Yeah, thank you, we might need it.
okay, so I'm not sure what I did with my file, but the liquor license for Ice House Pub came back from ABCC, all set.
Okay.
So what I had printed was just a license for you guys to sign. He was going to try to attend tonight. I'm not sure, I might have told him 7:30.
Okay.
I wasn't sure how fast we'd be moving along. But I guess I'm asking if you guys could just make a motion to accept the liquor license for Ice House Pub LLC. I'll have you guys sign it.
Do you want to move it later in the meeting in case he shows, so he can
It's
be
up to
here
you
for it?
guys, if you'd like to.
Just skip it for
I
now?
know who he is, so if he comes
That-
in.
Different than when he presented the request for the license
Yes.
before?
Yeah, you
So-
guys made, last time approved the license to be sent on to ABCC for their approval. So now they've made the approval, and they're sending it back to you for you to make an approval on the actual license. So it could have been denied at ABCC for a number of reasons, but it was approved through them.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yes, Kathy?
Where is that? Yes.
I hate to refer to things as the old, but it's in the old Higgins,
Okay.
Energy Building.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
I'd say we just take it up later in the meeting, just in
Yeah,
case.
we'll see if
Just give
they
them the
come.
chance to be here, you
Yeah.
know,
Sure.
that's all.
I don't see any problem with it.
It doesn't,
Okay, now we have the update from the 9/11 committee. I assume Lester and Bob are here for that. Come right up into the,
Come on down.
We've got 2 chairs.
come up into the hot seat. The last person
Still,
here
we had
was,
3.
was leaving on vacation.
That's why I told the third guy he got the
Okay.
We still have chairs.
Have to drag up a black chair if you want.
Our committee has been meeting monthly.
Yes.
5 months. This is where we have come to date. This is as far as we can go without your permission and approval to proceed. The name of the monument shall be the Barry 9/11 Public Safety Monument. Its purpose shall be to recognize and honor the members of the Barry Police Department, the Barry Fire Department, and the Barry Emergency Medical Services Department. This will be done in the spirit and memory of those who served in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Shanksville, Pennsylvania on September 11th, 2001, during the terrorist attacks of that date against the United States of America. And this statement that I just read will be inscribed on the monument. Location of the monument will be in the designated area at the Stephen M. Brewer Public Safety Building on South Street in Barry. The design of the monument will be determined by the Barry Board of Selectmen based upon the recommendation of the committee established to develop same. There will be a competition conducted by the committee to solicit proposals from the public. It is hoped this competition will take place during the fall of 2017. A public hearing shall also be held. These proposals will be reviewed by the committee, which will then develop a final design proposal for presentation to the Barry Board of Selectmen. Once a final design has been agreed upon, the committee will secure estimates and make recommendations to the Barry Board of Selectmen as to how the construction of the monument will be funded. The design. The monument will consist of 3 panels, each one honoring the police, fire, and EMS respectively. The overall dimensions of the monument will not exceed 15 feet in any direction. It must fit within the 25-foot by 25-foot designated area, and we have a site plan that Jim Saborin is working on that will be included with this proposal. Each panel will bear the Barry insignia of each entity. The monument will incorporate 2 steel rails, each measuring 4 feet in height, which came from ground zero beneath the World Trade Center in New York City. The steel rails must be used vertically to evoke this and symbolize the Twin Towers. These rails cannot be altered in any way. Attachment to mounting apparatus is permitted to allow for the full 4 feet of the rails to be seen above ground, though their placement as part of the monument is open to interpretation. There is already a flagpole on site, so one is not being included in the monument's design. Due to the difficulty and potential inaccuracy and/or lack of cooperation in their procurement, no names shall be included on the monument. So this is where we are so far, and what we are looking for tonight is permission to proceed with the public design competition and public hearing process.
A little hung up on the purpose, to recognize and honor the Barry Police, Fire, and EMS. I would have thought it would have been to recognize and honor those who died in the 9/11 attacks.
Make sure you speak loud enough.
Well, this will be done, as it says, in the spirit and memory of those. This is mainly to honor our people who currently serve and who have served in the police, fire, and EMS, but in the spirit of those who served and in many cases gave their lives on September 11th.
That's all right. That's just me. I'm a little uncomfortable. I prefer to see it more specifically to honor those fallen in 9/11 than those who serve us here now. It's a great thing to say we want to honor those that serve here in town. But this particular monument with those particular pieces of iron, to me, is really about that day and those people. That's struck a chord with And I would be surprised if you talked to other people in emergency services if they didn't have a similar feeling. That's.
So those that died in New York, their names are on the permanent monument at 9/11.
Still, it's, that day in New York touched this country, and it touched.
So you're talking about changing the wording?
It touched the firemen here, it touched, I'm
Oh,
sure,
yeah.
the police here, it touched all of the brotherhood of people who lost some of, and I will speak specifically of our family members. And I don't think it should have anything to do with myself or my brethren here in town. I think it should be about the ones that have fallen. But that's my one-person opinion. I don't know what the town thinks of this. I'm sure we'll hear about it after this meeting and what the other selectmen think. But that's my only thing, just the phrasing of the purpose. I really would expect this to just be, you know, about those fallen, to me. But I don't need any acknowledgement for my services that I would give to this town. And I don't think anybody would. I can't speak for everyone, but
I will add to that point that the committee was comprised of members of the Barry Police Department, the Fire Department, and EMS, and they are the people who came up with this wording.
I have a similar line of thought as Greg, and maybe the way I read it, I think it might come out better if, rather than starting with to recognize and honor the members of our local emergency services and public safety, it might be more like the members of our local honor and respect all of those that were. So in other words, you're still calling out we, Barry, but we are building this monument to honor the event, not just to honor the people in town that were affected by the event. And the way the sentence starts off with, it starts off with that. So it's the first thing you read, and it's kind of the first thing in your mind when you walk away from the monument is the monument was honoring the Barry public safety. And I think it is a much bigger thing than Barry. This isn't, that's my opinion also. And the other thing I thought is the charge included a little reference to the further wars that stemmed from this and how we might include a little bit of an honor to them as well that continued the fight. And I'm not sure I'm seeing any of that in here. I'm not saying it can't apply or there isn't a place. It may be like a subtitle, if you know what I mean. I'm not saying it has to be a very prominent, because I do agree with the idea that it's the ambulance, the fire, the police they were the ones at ground zero in this event, not the ones that followed up with the wars thereafter. So I'm not saying that, but maybe it's kind of like, and it's not done. Or I don't know how else to better word that, but it's just a thought. I don't want to stand the ground on any of this. I'm just...
I don't want you to think that I try to take away from anything from our services. You know, if this was about making a monument to honor Barry services, I'd be all for it. I know a lot of things that fellow firefighters have done, you know, over the years, and what the police have dealt with, and the things the ambulance deal with on a daily basis, the things they see and the things they do in what they give to the town. And I would be absolutely 100% to support any monument to honor our local emergency services, but I just don't think this is that avenue. That's my strong opinion, and I would gladly have a debate with any and all of the EMS people that were on that committee, and I'm sure I will hear from them. And I am absolutely prepared to stand behind anything I say, because I mean it wholeheartedly, or I wouldn't say it.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you do not think it's appropriate to have the 3 panels for each of the services as part of this monument?
I wouldn't say that's inappropriate, because fire, ambulance, and police are what this is about. The loss of those people who went into that building and were in that building when it collapsed, and were around that building when it collapsed, and have died after the fact from disease and things from it. It's absolutely about those services. But to say, to me, the phrasing that it's to honor the Barry, I'd say it's to honor those fallen in 9/11 and support those of our local that hold those positions and put their lives in the
Basically,
line. But
we're talking about
the
just
emphasis-
changing
the emphasis.
word
It's
We're
almost the
changing
semantics, it's not the message.
We can submit
So,
something.
the purpose is a good purpose, but the
emphasis in
parentheses
that
saying
line
this
is
statement will be inscribed kind of makes it seem like it's more concrete
It
than.
literally is going into stone, so.
So other than that portion, that purpose and what's got engravement, I think the design, and I like it, I like the idea behind it. I just like the purposing of it to be maybe reconsidered.
As
from
far
my
as,
perspective.
again, going down under design for the 3 panels, the committee was pretty specific about there are generic fire symbols.
Yes.
Police symbols,
Already
EMS
crossed.
symbols. They felt very strongly they wanted Barry's symbols on this monument.
Absolutely.
Would it be appropriate to add the symbols for New York, Washington, and
Absolutely.
Shanksville? This
On
monument,
on
would
each.
that emphasize?
I would like that, and I would like to see just the dedication different than that.
That we can certainly work on the wording. Come back to you.
Touches a note.
Don't make
to
it
me,
too
so,
messy is all I'm saying.
No,
Too many
no.
symbols will make it,
Like I said, we can certainly, we're talking 3 that we have, and then.
Well, even perhaps, if we're not gonna mess with the 2 iron beams, couldn't we suspend the New York symbols between those beams?
Well, I mean, again, we're leaving,
You know what I mean,
we're
something
putting a
like
lot of
that.
faith into what designers may
Yeah.
come up with. We have no idea what people are gonna come up
Agreed.
with.
This is-
And we're not designers, and we admit we're not designers.
Oh, nor am I.
You know, we're putting this out there. We tried not to be too specific so people could be creative. And
Can't wait to see what they come up with.
exactly. And, but we do want to give them some guidance. And, you know, if we guide them in the direction of including the insignia, DC, Shanksville, Washington, Barry, let them work with it, let them see what they come up with. That's my feeling.
And I do think that if we put any name on it, I think to respect the person who wins a design, perhaps someplace in the back, someplace they
Yes.
should have
scratch it on the bottom.
their
just
name
before we set it
on
in the
it.
dirt.
If they win this and they create this, I think at least that respect should be given to the person that comes up with that.
Yeah,
'Cause this is a pretty
we
significant
agree.
thing for town.
Can write their name in the cement on the base.
Can do that.
But again, this is why we try to make it clear what, because again, this started before you.
I don't want to
came
take
aboard,
away
to be
from you
honest.
guys have done. I think this is great. I just don't.
No, but like I said,
it makes me
to be
uncomfortable.
fair to
that
your
way.
participation, this started before you joined the
No, I
board, so we had not
understand.
had a chance to hear what you had to say. Now we have. We'll go back, we will have a meeting, we will modify the language of the purpose.
Just making some suggestions.
And, but like I said, we would like to get this started, to be honest. We want to get this underway as far as the competition is concerned. Because we want to give that like a 6-month process for
Mhm.
people to have a chance to design.
So we should have some time to rework that language anyways, because that's going to be a ways out before that's inscribed in something.
Well, well, we want them to have the language while they design, so
Yeah.
they know in their heads what we are looking for.
Okay.
So we will go back to the committee and we will devise purpose language that we will resubmit to you.
Yeah.
If that's with your approval, Mr. Chairman. And you can look at it again.
I appreciate it. I hate to
Yeah,
cause
we-
trouble.
this-
I know
this
it's,
may
I know
take
it's
us
an
a-
effort to getting
no.
committees together and doing this. I know is a tremendous burden for people to try to get together and meet on it, but,
I'm sorry.
One thing I was just sitting here thinking, just occurred to me, I assume we're gonna have to have some type of base for this.
Mm-hmm.
About a, kind of a 5-sided, like symbolic of the Pentagon, the attack on our very seat of government. Just a
Again,
thought, I'll leave it up
yeah,
to you folks.
no, we're leaving this up to the designers. We're-
Okay, it's just something I.
You can submit a design if you need it.
it's a
I'll
good
leave
point
it.
though. 9/11,
I
we all
can't-
think of New York and the towers, but
Yeah.
it was much
No,
more
and
than
that's
that.
why we wanted it stated in the purpose that this is 3 cities that we're talking about and not just one.
So
Mhm.
maybe what, to touch on what Charlie said, if we hinted to the designers to think about a plane in a field and to think about the Pentagon, because those are certainly relevant attack points of that day, which could be somehow, I don't know how, tied into someone who's got some creativity and some design in them, I don't. But
Would
it'd be
I'm
nice
sorry.
to see something comprehensive, not just the towers, but that's our most vivid memory, and that was on TV.
And that's
You
something
know,
we felt very strongly about,
24
that
hours
all
a day
three
for a long
locations
time.
had to be acknowledged.
Good.
Would it be appropriate, as we are drafting this language, to show it to you and have you participate in this process? It might save us a little time.
I'd be
if there's
happy
a
to,
feedback.
absolutely,
We'll have to
but
approve it in the end.
I was gonna
so-
say,
Yeah.
it
We're gonna
might-
have
it
to
might-
all
if it's
approve it.
okay with your colleagues, it might save us some time. in
it's,
terms of-
yeah, I just, you understand
me.
and I just want to read more like an honoring the 9/11, and certainly recognizing our local, what we do, but,
I mean, I think you understood what I was saying, is kind of the same thing.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Which, that was
Honor-
really it.
honor
and just
them and recognize what we do
line out
rather
the
than,
inscription
you know.
and just let that be part of the design process. But you guys have a lot of input in that.
Right.
Don't let them come to you with an inscription, tell them, this is kind of what we're
That's
thinking.
kind of what we wanted to, kind of get out what we wanted at the
you
top.
you could almost.
Those details don't
strike out
necessarily have
honor
to be
just
in
that
the
you recognize the Barry
RFP
people and
or
honor
the-
the New York, that would,
You know.
that's.
Right, but like I said, if we
Something.
could show it to you, or you could
Absolutely.
come to a meeting maybe,
Sure.
and we could discuss it, and then when it comes back here, it saves us a bit of time.
Let me know, you can contact me through Angela for a meeting, or Fay, and they can email me
Okay.
and let me know when, and if I get enough heads up, at least a day anyways, I can
Yeah,
plan
oh
my
no, we
schedule
do,
to get there.
because we've learned this is a 9-member committee, and getting everybody together is, the work schedules has been almost
Yeah.
impossible, so I'm sure we'll find a time. that
Okay,
we
I
can
would be
convene.
glad to attend.
May I, Mr. Chairman, address one of Mr. Urban's points that he made?
Yep.
We have recently discussed the fact that at some point there will be a monument in North Park for the Iraq-Afghanistan service personnel whose service was motivated by these activities, by these terrorist attacks. One of the rails is being reserved for that monument.
So
to
we
address-
got like 2 8-foot rail,
We have 2 8-foot
so that's how you got the 2
Right.
4-footers for one.
So to address your point as to the other people that need to be remembered, the military aspect of this will be remembered in North Park at some point in the future when the president declares officially that those conflicts are at an end. Then the planning process would start for a monument like that. So that's why we're kind of talking about 2 different monuments serving 2 different purposes, and this being the public safety.
Makes sense to me, I
Yeah,
understand
it
now.
does make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much, appreciate it.
This
and
looks
I
really
look
good
forward to
though.
hearing from
I
you.
mean,
Did you
we had
want
to
to,
fight to nitpick this, so.
Bob, did you
sorry,
want
I
to
can't help
discuss
it.
that bridge issue with Dennis, or do you want to hold
I'll
on?
talk to Dennis, yeah.
What?
I think we're all set.
Okay.
We'll talk to Dennis as
So,
well.
okay, so that's settled. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much on that. Okay, now
I
Lester.
have one more old business that I
Yeah.
didn't get on the agenda in time. Sorry. Your first
Thank you,
name?
Lester.
Audio?
No. What's your first name?
Yeah, oh, sorry, Colleen.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Colleen Abrams from Wachusett Greenways.
Oh, okay. Come on up. Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm sure you took the same thing from it that I did.
Okay, so I've met most of you, but not Andy.
How you doing, Colleen? Nice to meet you.
And
Don't think you.
You haven't met me
you were
yet.
here the last
Right.
time.
All right,
Okay, and
nice to
Greg.
meet you, Colleen.
Good to meet you.
So, thank you for the last time I was here. It was a snowy, rainy night, so tonight's better. And we talked about your support for Wachusett Greenways and the Mass Central Rail Trail.
Yeah.
And your response was welcoming and supportive, and I thank you. And what we were asking for was the support of the town of Barry in the amount of $1,000 for the now current, then coming fiscal year, to support ongoing operations on the Mass Central Rail Trail. Things like the portable restrooms and basic maintenance, care and continuation stewardship of the rail trail. We also asked at about that same time for your letter of support for a recreational trails grant through the DCR, and I can gladly, happily tell you that this week we received the letter that said, yes, you have received that grant.
Oh, nice.
And
Nice.
actually, this year they doubled for the first time the maximum amount allowed for those grants to $100,000, and that's the amount that we received.
Nice.
Oh,
I had totally
good.
forgotten, I have to tell you, I might be a little, I'm not going to say senile, but I had forgotten that we'd applied for the larger grant. It's a couple of substantial projects, one of which is restoring or possibly even replacing the Quag Bridge in Sterling, which was actually delivered on 9/11 from Boston from the Big Dig, and it came on that incredible day.
Oh, wow.
It was driven down the lane on Gates Road and placed there. And then the volunteer trucking company, he went back to Boston, but they had no cell service. And it was a pretty amazing day, and somehow he got the other piece and brought it there. Then we discovered that it wasn't really pressure, it wasn't really self-weathering steel, so then it went off to be painted by a volunteer. A long story, but anyway, sad story is 10 years later it needs serious work and possibly even replacing. And it was a donated bridge from the Big Dig, so I think I might have said that. But anyway, that's a side story, but that was
Nice.
pretty amazing.
So that's part of what you're planning on the grant money to go
Yeah,
towards?
that grant money is that plus a serious rehabilitation in Rutland on a piece of trail. And that's still, that 100,000 still won't come close to covering the total of the two, but we have Greenway's members and friends who make donations for the match and find whatever money we need through grants and other sources. But for our annual operations, which run between $30,000 and $40,000 just for those basic expenses that can't be ignored, things like insurance and just has to be covered. We are asking all 8 towns to make a contribution, and it's all coming together slowly but surely. But I came back to you because somehow apparently $1,000 perhaps was not part of the request in the town of Barry. I understand that some of the towns were having some struggling over
It was a
their
tough year.
budgets at that time, and so it didn't get included. But my hope is that we will be able to take another look and include that $1,000 for this year. We're just the portable toilets alone are about $8,000. So that and the maintenance of them. There's no cost because for the checking up, follow-up, because we as volunteers go out and do that on a regular basis, as well as removing trees and on and on. But as I said,
Someone's still gonna come in,
what's that?
clean them.
Right, we
That's
still
not
have
so
to
much
have
the volunteer
we still have to
side.
have the company
Yeah.
to provide them service.
Okay, board members?
I believe that this is something that maybe we should review and approach. We had discussed a potential special town meeting anyway. And that's where we could probably get the town to review and vote on this. I don't know of another method we could do this outside of that. I mean, I support the idea. I think it's part of what Barry actually sells to people is it's a place to come out if you're gonna hike, ride. I mean, it's what this region kind of can build some of their, say, economic development on. So I think it's a worthwhile investment. Overall, compared to it's not a huge investment either, compared to the overall budget. But we need to look at it, and I do think it's a benefit to all if we really think through it. So that's just my position.
Does this require a special town meeting, or is this something we have?
I think it
funds in
would-
These
place that
funds
we could-
have not been allocated.
The funds have, and it would
Okay.
require
Okay.
probably some sort of transfer, because we can't raise and appropriate at this time, but it would probably require a transfer, which would require a town meeting vote.
Well, you could
Perhaps we
use
should
free cash.
consider-
If free
Guys,
cash
both-
becomes certified, you could
Yeah,
use
but it would
that.
still take a vote.
Maybe we should
Correct, that's
consider the
special
next
town meeting.
budget,
Gonna-
putting
yeah.
aside something small, like $3,000 or $1,000, or something for things that may come up that we could do, that if not used, goes back to free cash, but give us the
I-
ability for
I mean,
spending.
Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong,
issues.
I don't think that you can create a line item with for no purpose. I don't think that's an allowable.
The one thing I've seen
I would
done
think this
before
was
is creation of maybe a Board of Selectmen's discretionary account.
Discretionary account, that's what I was thinking.
One of our
Similar
towns at
to a
one point
reserve
did
account.
have some kind of a selectmen's account.
It must be a way to phrase it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Ultimately, the hope is that it becomes part of some, over time, part of some budget. In some towns, it goes through the planning and growth
That
development,
would-
whatever. Some it goes through the board, through the DPW. Some it's in a totally separate account, it's voted in separately every year.
Yeah.
So it can be done in a lot of different ways.
Right, for this year, we'd be, you know, stuck with going to a special town meeting to look for funds at this point.
Yeah, I believe
But
legally,
I'm saying, we may have to, that, if we wanted to do a special account like that, we'd have to probably generate or designate an account, create
Yeah.
it, and then we could put funds into it in
Yeah.
a meager amount, nothing, I don't wanna go
or we
up
could
and
transfer
spending money,
into a
but-
department or something, but,
Right.
yet, at this point where we didn't have it budgeted, it would require a town meeting vote.
Do you have something that you're intending or expecting to happen?
Well,
this fall?
we've been thinking of, we don't have one scheduled right at the moment, but we've been giving some consideration to one in the fall, probably mid-fall, something like that. That's about the best we can do. I'm no opposition to it, but I think that,
I know you voted in favor and
Yeah,
thought
I have
we
no
were all
problem.
set, so we were a little disappointed because each were really trying to get unanimity of all the towns in
Yes.
this support. So I was,
And I think we should support it.
I will just
One-
say, I don't tout it as a financial benefit to the town, though I
Oh,
did
no.
send the Rails to Trails Conservancy fellows who came up from Washington. I sent them and I said, now when you get to the end of the trail, you're in Barry, you're gonna cross the Ware River, now keep going, and you'll find a log cabin restaurant on the right. I couldn't remember the name of it, so I.
Cozy Cabin.
Cozy Cabin, well, I used to know that long ago.
Yeah.
I used to
Okay.
enjoy it. But so I did send them from all the way from Washington to Cozy Cabin. But what I really think is the benefit is what I saw when I was out walking on Sunday afternoon, is the number of children and training wheels and babies and, I don't know, just if you go out and walk the trail, not as busy in Barry, but it's coming to you too.
You're right.
Gradually, slowly, and, you know, we just have Adams Road, and whatever's coming, it's coming. And I just think it's really, we started it because we saw it in Fort Collins, Colorado, and we saw the benefit to the, I experienced the benefit just getting to enjoy having support from the town, having maps, having places where we can go along the river to the town services, and I thought, we need it in Massachusetts.
Well, I'd certainly support funding it in the fall meeting if we can do it. We just have to get there and get it on
Yeah,
the
so
agenda.
we've waited this long, we waited a really long time to ask you. You were super gracious and super welcoming, and I'm glad that you're all in favor of it. I'm glad to meet Andrew. And
Okay,
so
we'll be
we'll stay in
back.
communication.
We'll be back to you on that.
Okay, I'm gonna leave copies of most of what I gave you with Andrew. You've already seen all this, but I
Okay.
just want him to have.
I don't think you have, have you?
Background.
No,
Oh,
that's
sorry,
okay.
I will email it all to you unless you're crazy
I
for
can
paper.
get a copy from you. I can-
Don't worry.
I can come
But
look
this
at
is the thing I want to share with you and what I mentioned in the email I sent you afterwards. And this is coming up. We're having a birthday party for 20 years for the Mass Central Rail Trail. And we're having it on September 30th. And we want everyone to join us. But we also hope that someone from your select board or your entire select board will be there. And it's being
So
held.
what's the date on that?
It is September 30th at 10 a.m. And I'm going to leave this when you guys hopefully.
Where is that, the location?
Okay, so it's going to be held at the West Boylston entrance to the trail, which is right off Route 140 in West Boylston, Thomas Street. And the reason it's at that location is because that's the very first section that opened. In fact, it was the section that was owned by the town of West Boylston, and it was the West Boylston Select Board that first supported it. It was the West Boylston DPW that actually constructed our first section, even though we went out and got the grant for the materials.
Okay.
The DPW did it, and while we were rolling the fence with paint, green paint, the DPW director stood there and chatted with us, actually, neat, and with speckled green paint on his brand new glasses. So they were there front and center from the beginning. So this is, we think, a good place to hold it, but it's a birthday party because that was the first dedication, was in the fall of 1997. So we're still continuing to care for and grow this trail. And also we welcome when people tell us that something isn't the way it's supposed to be, especially portable restrooms, which we keep trying.
Now, this is the one located at the north end of the reservoir, near, kind of as you're going to Manning Street,
Yeah,
Laurel
we're-
Street.
Yep, take Manning to Laurel and take a right, and right ahead on the right will be the parking. We're also gonna have some overflow parking at the DCR offices because we hope that we're going to have a nice crowd. It's a birthday cake party. There'll be a little ribbon cutting, a small amount of talking, and a little music and just a party. After that, the Springdale Mill celebration takes place at the Springdale Mill site, which is 1.5 miles down the trail. And anyone who doesn't have other commitments on Saturday is welcome to walk down the trail and go to the party there. But the dedication is the one that we really hope that your select board can come to. I'll send
Okay.
you a formal invitation with an RSVP so that
Okay.
you can have your name tag ready.
That'd be great, thank
Okay,
you.
did anybody have anything they wish to comment on this? No? Okay. What?
Was that nicely done?
Thank you, and we want your Eagle Scout too. He says a long ways off, but we love Eagle Scouts.
Yeah, it might be a little ways off, but sounds like he's
He did a good
pretty,
job.
yeah, he did. He did a very good job.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Now, Lester, we're all set to go. Oh, we got
Can
the
we do
other.
s- Yeah, can
I'm
we do,
sorry.
the Ice House Pub? You guys wanna come up?
Yep.
Come to the hot seat.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's a hot seat. Doesn't seem that hot tonight. Okay, now, from what we've been told, and everything has gone through the ABCC at this point, and you're ready for our signatures on the license, and
Yep, as I had explained, I lost my folder, I don't know where it went. So when I do find it,
You didn't get a
or if
license.
not,
It's gotta
well, it was
be,
all of the old business, so that's the good thing, it's not just your business. I'll find it, I'll have it on the desk for you guys to sign, but if you guys could make a motion to approve their license tonight, that would be.
okay, do I have a motion?
I have a motion that we approve their license tonight, now that it's in and they're here.
are you listed as the manager?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I second the motion.
Okay, discussion? You have anything you wish to add, or? Okay, I'll call for a vote in favor.
Aye.
Good luck.
Congratulations. Look forward to it.
Thanks for coming by.
Running a business these days is a tough.
Good luck.
Hope you get to the business card, that's the building card, so thank you.
Good luck.
I'll be in touch with you. Okay, thanks.
I got that in
Claudia,
here.
do you have a check for me?
I don't know how to make it make sounds, so I keep missing it. They come up with,
Typical
at least I know what come up on
old-fashioned,
my
right?
screen.
Yes, that's perfect, thank you.
Well, I stuck it in
Yes,
all this
correct.
stuff.
Thank you so much.
It's in here.
I won't lose this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, I've come to the end of the old business. Does anybody wish to have anything they want to say to the board at this point before we move into new business? Or anything? Okay, hearing none. Lester, now you're back on.
The board?
Long time no see.
I know, it's been a while. We have a resignation from the Council on Aging from Gordon Robinson. He has served the council for about 12 years, we can determine. He feels it's time to step down and let a younger generation of people step up and serve. To that end, we posted the vacancy. We received 4 applications through your office. We had our council meeting last Wednesday, and we have voted to submit the name of Linda Payne to you for appointment to the vacancy. Linda is currently the library director in Gilbertville. She was formerly a member of the Board of Health in Barry. She was the acting director at the Woods Memorial Library during the transition after the construction, and she also served on the Nornay Park committee when that was being built. It's particularly advantageous to us to have Linda on the board, as she lives in Barry and works in Hardwick. And we have just merged with Hardwick, as you know, and she knows people on both sides of the town line. And she's very adept at computers and maintaining websites, and we are very interested in having her work with us to develop a website of our own. So we respectfully present her name to you for appointment.
Okay, who else did you have?
Dee Dee Charlton,
Mhm.
Diana Clark, and Stanley McNitus.
Okay. Okay.
The three people who do not get appointed by this board will be offered associate seats on council by the council.
Okay. So there's a chance that they will be
They
eventually.
will. This is our talent pool.
Okay, okay.
Nice to see so much interest in it.
We were very pleased.
As was I.
What's the term in?
If you appoint tonight, it would be your next, what is it, next town meeting? Whenever the-
Election?
No,
Is it
this is
elected?
not an
No, it's
elected
appointed.
position. It's appointed position.
So it'd just be
whenever you
1-year
do your
term?
annual
Okay.
appointments, yeah. And I have all of this for you, by the way.
So it's normally a 1 year, it's not a 3 year, just
No,
running
it's
out of
normally a
okay.
1-year appointment.
Thank you.
Okay, what are the wishes of the board?
Make a motion to accept Linda Payne as a new member of the Council on Aging.
I'd second the motion.
Okay. Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote in favor.
Aye.
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 Aye. Unanimous?
While we have you here, how's it going with Hardwick? We getting good numbers in from Hardwick?
It's
What are you seeing?
incredible.
What are you seeing for people coming in?
We are almost inundated with people from Hardwick.
So they were saying they had like 7 at their meetings or 5. How many are we seeing here?
We're getting a good 10 to 15 people a day.
Nice, very nice.
Lunch has, I'd say we're serving 3 times as many lunches now at the senior center than we did before. They brought their own list of games and activities that they are fully engaged in. The transportation has been working out beautifully. Mark Van
Good.
brings them here every day, sometimes 2 or 3 trips. You know, it's really been rewarding, it's been great to see the response.
Good.
It's surprised all of us, quite honestly.
I'd like to talk to you at some point about possibly planning some events, taking away from what I see in other towns that they do for seniors. They've done barbecues in the summertime. They've actually had dinner, dance, lunches with people, music and dancing in functions, and they get tremendous involvement, and they admittedly in the beginning had 20, 30 people come, and I like seeing it. I think it'd be a great thing if we can start working on it here, but it
Love to talk
involves
to you about it.
it involves
We're always
donations
looking
and
forward to it.
facilities, and
We have a full schedule of events, dinners, and all that sort of thing.
Excellent.
We're always looking for more stuff to do.
Good. And what they do is they've involved emergency services, police, fire, and ambulance, and
That'd be great.
they
That'd be
help
great.
with transporting people and getting people to places. So if you have a function that's not there, or even if it is there, making sure people get rides, and I'd like to see our community get involved similarly.
Yes.
Because everyone looks to our youth and say, that's our future. I look to our seniors and say, no, that's our future, quite literally.
Yeah.
Let's make it something we all want to be proud of and want to be involved in.
Well, as I always say, these are the people who pay for your schools and your sidewalks and your DPW dump trucks and your fire engines. This is their time to be rewarded.
The greatest generation.
The greatest generation. No, we're more than, please let me know. We're more than happy to talk to you.
Okay,
Anytime.
excellent.
As long as it's not when bingo's on it.
No, we don't do it, no. There's a whole story about that, which Charlie will tell you some other time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it came out of.
Not during a
book.
meeting.
Not during a
No,
meeting,
not
it
during
came out of a book I read, but,
Thank you very much.
okay.
Thank you, Lester.
Can we take a quick break?
Sure.
Okay, just
All right.
5 minutes.
Sure.
That's all I need. They did need something here. Excuse me. What do you got?
have the records of bids received. Pretty much the low bidder, number 2 fuel oil was R.J. McDonald at $2.47.9 per gallon fixed, 2.157 gallons as a floating rate. And the low bidder for propane was,
I think EP wine, if I follow that correctly.
okay. Well, I am looking at I have probably included the FY15 or FY16 ones in this packet. So.
Oh, do you want me to just go through this?
Yeah, if you could.
Sure.
Sorry, I grabbed the
That's
wrong,
okay.
wrong bid packet for you guys.
So the price for number 2 heating oil, like he said, was R.J. McDonald. It came in at 1.799. Do you want to go
That
through
sounds
this?
better.
Yeah.
799.
He might have sent out the wrong one.
Yeah, I was just.
Oh, I was gonna say, these
Sorry.
numbers aren't
I grabbed the
making
wrong
sense to
Something I
me.
sent you too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grab the wrong attachment. Sorry, guys.
With a floating rate of 1.678 per gallon. The service fees, there was no change in what their proposed service fees were. The propane price low bid came in at EP Wine at 1.25. R.J. McDonald had come in at 1.258 per gallon. We did receive another bid. It came in via email, so Andrew disqualified that bid because they were supposed to come in as sealed bids.
Yep.
That bid did come in at 1.55 floating. The service fees from EP Wine, so we did not have EP Wine currently this year. So these rates came in at $125 per hour. I'm sorry, per hour per appliance. Weekdays $125 per hour, evenings $95, Sundays, holidays $125. 22X diesel fuel, which is for our generators in town, that came in from R.J. McDonald, was the sole bidder at 2.189 per gallon, or a floating rate of 2.056. So typically in the past, we've gone with fixed rates.
I'm more comfortable with the fixed rate.
Do you ask for both?
They do.
Okay.
They put in their qualifications, which is in here, show both. Actually, I did
Were the
print out
service
one for
rates
you
similar
guys.
between the other companies, or were we just looking at the fuel rates?
Yes, an updated,
Rates.
an updated one.
Look at that, these
Correct.
significant numbers. I don't know how much service we tend to do.
We do quite a bit.
What the service rates, I think, should be pretty relevant, so I'm curious what the service rates are.
For
For the other, I mean, having the low bid for fuel is one thing. Do we need to attach the service to the fuel, or can we look at service rates outside of that? I'm just curious. You might get a low rate in fuel and get a high rate in service. I don't know without seeing them both. And depending how many hours we're looking at the service and the rates, that can get pretty hefty. These, to me, sound like high rates, but.
I guess the only thing I would say for either companies, because we have had EP Wine in the past for some propane, the town does own all of their tanks, just so that you know. We have had great service from both of these companies when we did have EP Wine in the past, and also with R.J. McDonald. Being local, if we run into problems, you know, they've been very quick to help us. There were times one winter where we had some issues at the library, and the library could have froze up if we didn't get the service quickly, and they were there to help us out, so.
So, okay.
How much do we have that's running gas versus running oil?
For propane, I think propane is just the generators for like the well pumps stations, like DPW stuff. Some of them are diesel generators, like the big ones that we have here now at the public safety building. Oh, the bid did you have bid documents?
No.
Okay. Okay, so for propane, the locations are Powder Mill Pump Station, Prince River Pump Station, Ware River Pump Station, Worcester Road Pump Station, Sanderson Road water storage tank, Booster Pump Station, and the Southbury Well. That's all for propane. For 22X diesel, which is just off-road diesel, would be the wastewater treatment plant generator, the generator at Henry Woods Building, the DPW generator, and the public safety building generator. And then
The rest is number
for
2.
heating fuel, we have Henry Woods Building, Town Hall, Fire Station 1, Emergency Management Building, Woods Memorial Library, DPW Garage, Senior Center, Wastewater Treatment Plant, Fire Station number 2, and Public Safety Building.
Okay. So all of these, I assume, have one annual cleaning?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so it's just the 150 is not an hourly rate, it's just a cost for the cleaning. Looks like, so it's not 150 an hour, it's 150 per unit that's cleaned. And then the hourly rate is 89 an hour for the services. Weekdays. If I'm reading it right.
It'd be more,
I thought it was saying 150 per hour cleaning, and I said, geez, that's a high rate for cleaning. But
yeah,
cleaning-
150 per unit, plus apartments.
That's fair. I don't have a problem with that. Okay. That was my concern.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I might have put that on there wrong, it's per unit.
Yeah. okay.
150 per unit.
Okay, what are the wishes of the board?
I'd make a motion to accept R.J. McDonald for the low bidder on the number 2 fuel oil and the 22X diesel price, and to accept DP Wine as the low bidder for the propane.
I second that.
You go. Okay, discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote in favor.
Aye. And specifically, we said on the fixed prices, we should clarify that for the fixed cost, not the floating on all of these.
I'm calling it as the low bidder because both prices can still be used by the town in the bid documents based on the right application. So in other words, let DPW or the town administrator sit down with whoever and say, buy this because the deal is right. You know, I don't know the floating
We typically
plans
vote-
and the benefits to
I think
that.
you guys, as the executive board, need to make the decision if you want to enact the floating rate or the fixed rate, based off of.
It's just been such a volatile
Oh, I-
market over the years. that
Tell you the
you know,
truth,
it's reasonably low now compared to where it's
Yeah.
been. Yeah, there's a chance it could drop another quarter, there's a chance it could go up $2.
As
So I-
administrator, I recommend, adopting the fixed rate, for
I'm
much
okay
of
with
it.
that.
Mhm.
I accept that as a revised motion.
So for those companies, as you said, at the fixed rates.
Yeah.
Second the motion.
Okay. Call for the vote in favor.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. You look like you want to say something.
No, I'm waiting until I get my turn at the end.
Excuse me?
I'm waiting until I get my turn at the end when you can say anything.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Thank you for checking.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you still have a copy?
I
You still
have.
had your copy? Okay.
Okay, we have a request to use town property.
Yep, we have a couple. The first one, I'd like to wake these folks up. They're from Grace Reformation Bible Church.
So my name's Martin Anderson, you can call me Marty, please.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, Marty.
Nice to meet you.
Charlie Chase.
Charlie, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, Mark.
Hi, I'm Faye.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I'm actually a lifelong Barry resident. I live on 105 Valley Road. But I'm an elder, well, I work for the MassDOT, but I'm also an elder of this local church,
Okay.
which was currently meeting in the Princeton Center in Princeton.
Mhm.
But they just had to close that building down, so all the rentees got pushed out. So we are on a hunt for a building. And
somebody recommended checking into the town hall. So I believe it was because another church had met there in the past. So we filled out the application, but I'm here to field any questions you might have about us. And then if you think it's something you want to move forward with, I would have maybe a handful of questions.
So this is on a weekly work basis?
This would be a Sunday by Sunday basis.
Mhm.
This doesn't conflict with our allowance of the building for the AA meetings, does it? Those were weeknights, weren't they?
That never went through.
They never wanted doing it, huh?
Nope, I think they came back in and
Reviewed the
retracted
site.
because they had worked something out or something.
I know we approved it pending their acceptance of the site, but I
Yep.
didn't know they hadn't. That's too bad.
Mhm.
Okay.
So the only thing I could come up with for, this could interfere with, I don't see this, what's the time on that? What time?
9:15 to 2:30 on the
Okay.
application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gave you
That's
kind of
Okay,
a window to
I
work
would
with.
probably, that was a fellow elder, I would want you guys to understand up front, we would probably bracket it at 9 AM to 4 PM latest, but I would say we'd be done by 3 PM.
Okay.
If you approved the fellowship meal that usually comes in crock pots, and then we clean it all up at the end.
Okay, so I guess, the only, programs I think that would run into is Christmas in Barry, which happens obviously in the winter. I don't believe there are many concerts that do occur on the Sundays, which you're looking for.
Yeah, historically you would move in there if it rained.
And
But
in the summer, we do that, yeah.
And those are later in the evening though, there.
They are, those
Yeah.
are later in the evening.
It'd be after this. Yeah, we would be out.
Yep. So I think the only thing we would run into would be like the Christmas and Barry period of time.
Which could fall on Sundays.
I think it was on a Saturday last year.
Well, they do have a lot of concerts around Christmas time that does happen. So, I mean, I definitely think that there's a way that we could coordinate with everybody.
Sure.
That,
Sure.
I think the only other issue, not issue, but is there's not kitchen access on that first floor.
Yeah, we don't need a kitchen.
Okay.
But we did want you to know up front, we would be bringing in crock pots, which we would need electricity.
Mhm.
We have a lot of our own materials, mostly everything. We were curious to know if there were folding chairs in the building we could utilize.
There's not folding chairs.
Fixed chairs similar to
Stacked chair-
that.
There's stacking
Oh,
chairs.
okay.
I think approximately 125.
I was gonna say, how large is the following for this? Right now, we're between 30 and 40.
Okay.
So, yeah, so that's more than enough. So, if you don't have questions, so. Oh, I do. So,
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
What type of activities are we looking at other than a meal here? So this is historic, traditional Christian worship. So we really don't have we have a sound system only to project the preacher's voice. We don't really have a huge worship thing. It's mainly singing hymns a cappella. It's very traditional worship. We don't segregate by age, so everybody's in the church service together. So there is from 10 to about 12 o'clock is the church service. And then we break down and set up for the fellowship meal, which lingers to about maybe 3 o'clock. And then we clean up. So that's what goes on there. I mean, maybe you want more detail.
No, that's what I was curious. There's youth groups going on separate from it, or different
No,
rooms,
everybody's in the
or
same
just kind of
room.
what your day is when you go in there and see what's up.
We
So
have-
it's a couple hours of a service. It's
Correct.
typical, like you said, that probably group singing and
Yeah.
and food.
Yeah, there's 4 basic elements to our service, and then there are some families from Barry who already attend.
Mhm.
Barry is on the outside edge of the circle of membership.
Be a drive for some people.
It's gonna be a drive for one family, but they're willing to make the sacrifice. So I don't know how it would look for you folks. We had a unwritten deal with Princeton that it was
was ours for the Sundays we committed to. If it snowed, if the snowstorm was so bad nobody was going out and we canceled church, we wouldn't pay that week, but we paid every week we actually used the building. You guys need to determine how you want to work that.
You're okay with the $50 nonprofit
Yeah.
per Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if there's a person that we'll be dealing with specifically, I don't know if is there a maintenance person for the town that
Andrew.
Everybody's looking at.
No. Generally, that office dealt with town hall and then worked with certain people and appointed people to assist with appointing a contact person if there's an issue or corrective. Heather usually dealt with that.
Actually, our former building inspector took care of that for us, but
Thus,
since then.
appointed someone. That's what I meant, yes.
We have, you know, a municipal janitor. He takes care of our facilities. As far as everything else, I'm not sure like what maintenance. We have somebody that takes care of the sidewalks, regardless if there's events or not. It's just one of our public buildings that are maintained that way.
We're pretty much looking for you to leave it how you found it.
That's
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yep.
There was trash removal. We physically removed the trash from the building, but there was a town-owned bin from, say, Waste Management that we would put that back in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it would be for you folks.
Do we have a dumpster anywhere for the?
We have a dumpster here.
So it would be a matter of, I was gonna get here from there.
Well, he
Well,
said that they would,
We would be willing.
they just
That's,
needed
if
a
it's
physical
okay.
Is that single stream trash or is that a separate?
We have recycling. Mhm.
So we need to
Commingle
be-
recycling, everything
so
goes
we
into it.
Still need to have a
Gotcha.
commingle, so we need to have and that's why I'm asking. The single stream normally is everything goes in and it's separated later. You'd have to have something for recycling for our town. That means paper, cardboard, plastic, glass, metal, one bin, all in the same place. And then obviously trash, garbage, everything else in the.
I think one thing for you guys to just keep in mind is that from January till spring, our town hall has currently been pretty vacant, which means our heating fuel has been pretty low, our electricity use pretty low.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there, I'm
Mhm.
not saying that I anticipate you guys using
No,
lots
I
more,
actually
but it's
thought of
more
that.
than, you know, what we've
If
had
you-
in the past.
If you folks would be more comfortable, what we could do is, if we're continuing to rent by October, and we haven't found a more central location somewhere, we could certainly come
Revisit.
together and come to terms on a price to cover the winter months.
I would. There's, I think, two things I'd like to clarify in this. One is because it is, our town administrator is new to the town. So it's a little bit of us working with him to also clarify some of the how was it versus how will it be moving forward. One instance comes to mind, was it a Friday night? The heating stopped. Who do I call? The tenants in the building at that time wasn't sure because, like Faye had mentioned, a previous employee who wasn't working for us all of a sudden was usually the point of contact that was no longer there. And then our previous town administrator also was not there for that period of time, I believe. So it was kind of like a who do I call?
Right.
We need to make sure we just clarify that.
Right. And I would probably be that point of contact. And then
Right, and then
delegate
you
it
just-
out to whoever's.
Exactly,
That's what
or
he's
if you.
getting
Right. That's what I assume, so.
Right, and then the other part is, we may need to reevaluate, but I do believe generally the reason we have a price to use it is to cover the cost of running the facility while you're in there. We may need to revisit some of those pricing factors, but if you're saying 6 hours a week, I'm thinking $50 should generally cover the utilities. This isn't meant to be a profitable business here. I mean, it's meant to cover the cost of the town for you to use the town property, I believe. Some might see it differently. I'm open to that opinion. I just think it's generally,
No, for nonprofit.
for the
I'd say
nonprofit,
that's
it's
exactly what
just
it means to us,
to
too.
make sure we're not losing money and giving you that opportunity to use the space. The last thing I would suggest is, if we give this, we do identify a final date where we would have to revisit. In other words, you walking out the door, you know you have it until November 15th. And then at that point, we have to revisit. We can't just give it to you for an extended, you get every Sunday.
Gotcha. Yep.
I'm not necessarily against that, but I just think it'd be more of a, we give you to November 15th, but you need to come back before the board by October 15th, so we can start planning. So by the November 15th, we're not just saying, no, thank you, don't come back, and you're like, I have no place to go.
Yep.
Everybody kind of has an idea of what's going on and how to plan for it.
I think that's wise.
I know it's a little different the way we're developing. It's almost like we're writing a rental lease versus, and I'm just thinking these are things we just gotta think through. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I'd just rather.
No, I'd like to have these conversations than have something come up in the future. I think it's wise. I think it's wise. I live in town. I'm easily approached, so I certainly can be the contact point for the church, and you know, we would hope that you'll come to us if you see an issue right off the bat, but I don't expect one, but we might do something that you're not pleased with, I don't know.
And we, so far as you understand, the calendar for the, nothing is currently conflicting with?
I didn't really check it because I wanted to see what you guys' pleasure was first. I can pull up the calendar now.
And if you don't mind, I'll just ask him to revise the hours on this, just for record and initial.
Okay.
Is your name and contact on there, or is it
Yeah,
someone else's?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can, yeah. But I'll make sure.
It's halfway up. There's hours or dates, Sundays.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, it looks like, I didn't see anything for Sundays yet. Christmas and berries, Friday, Saturday, but they usually do a cleanup that Sunday.
Yeah, I remember they
Did you say that?
talked about something like that.
So as of now, I don't see any Sundays. Berries Women's Club.
You guys want to read
That's
this
on the
one,
common.
just for your reference? What is?
So I don't see anything scheduled for Sundays yet, but as we do come into the holiday season, I know some of the groups set it up for the few concerts that they put on.
Yeah.
So if we could coordinate maybe with them, maybe you guys could directly speak and talk about.
Sure.
If we go past this date.
If we go past that.
Yeah, we can talk about coordinating the actual room.
Shifting times if it works on a Sunday.
'Cause we-
You come in a
There
little
are
earlier, leave a little
rooms if
earlier for an
need be.
evening event or something.
It's not just one room. I'm saying there's always a way to find more space if we had to, if there was a conflict or,
Oh, right.
No, the town hall's one room with the stage, just one room.
I'm just thinking, so we're strictly talking about the main building, but the downstairs to it or anything else?
No, downstairs is all utilized.
No, okay.
Unfortunately, but
What-
it is.
what do we
And
have
do
stacked
recall,
in
we are
there?
not completely ADA compliant. There's no implication that we are. It's something we know we gotta work on.
We're
So-
compliant to the main hall.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, right.
So like the use of the upstairs that has
There
the
is a
kitchen, if that
kitchen
comes in,
area and
it's the
stuff
stairs
upstairs,
only, I
as you may know.
believe.
Yeah, that's all keyed differently.
Yeah,
That was changed because
right.
we did have an issue at one point in time.
So,
The only thing I would just for you guys, and anybody that uses town hall, when I do talk with them, that our town hall has original hardwood floors.
right.
We refinished them a couple years ago. They're beautiful, and we hope that, all the groups that do use it can
Right.
be careful dragging furniture and what have you across.
Yeah, no, point taken.
Mhm.
That's, yeah, we're coming from the gymnasium of the old schoolhouse in Princeton.
Okay.
The floors were beat to a pulp, so, yeah.
Gotcha.
We're gonna have to be.
Okay, and the other thing would be parking, because we don't want to, we want to make sure we have spaces for the businesses that are located there. Maybe you could use the parking lot down back, the municipal lot, that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
I understand you gotta bring stuff in and all that, and I'm not saying you can't use any, but if you could have
Yeah, yeah.
the bulk of your congregation do that, I think it would, the businesses, I'm sure, would appreciate that.
Yep. We can do that.
And maybe some of the side parking they developed around the
Yeah,
north
they'll
common
find it.
section,
You'll
that's
find it. It'll work out.
not storefront parking necessarily.
Yeah. you know.
So, a couple of questions. In Princeton, there was concern if we put up we have cardboard signs, plastic cardboard signs that were professionally done. They're small, they're about this big. We wanted to hang them on the door that you actually entered during the service hours. And Princeton didn't want that at the time. So that's why I'm asking if that would be an issue for you folks. They would just be up on the door until the service.
As long as it's
A
not
fixed
constant
tower.
thumbtack type,
Well,
because that
I was
does
gonna ask.
add up to damage.
Yeah, is there a hook for a wreath on the door, perhaps?
That I'm not sure of.
I'm not sure.
It's an original door, so
Yeah.
anything's
Well,
possible there.
I can tell you we won't drill any holes or poke any holes. I'll try to find, even if we hang it off the doorknob. But I just didn't want to do it without folks.
What do the signs say?
Just the name of the church.
Oh,
That's it.
I don't have a problem with the sign going up and down, as long as, like, so we just don't do anything to alter the building in the process
Right.
of putting it on there.
Agreed. I think I already know the answer to this question based on something you said. Is there perhaps a closet in the building we can put a padlock on to leave some of the stuff we bring in and out every week?
I'm gonna say no,
Yeah.
only because when you first walk in the main entrance, there's a custodial closet.
Yeah.
And then inside the main hall, there's another door, but it's not a closet, I believe it's an egress to the stairs that go upstairs.
mhm.
And then there's closets up behind the stage that are locked because it contains the electrical
Gotcha.
for everything, so
Yeah.
I don't think that
What do we
would.
got on the second floor? They could use that if they wanted to put stuff. I'm trying to visualize, it's been a while since I was up there, I'm trying to visualize that.
In all the events I've been in there, I've never been upstairs or
Oh, it is.
downstairs.
Like, what were you thinking?
We
Like,
don't,
what
we
kind of
don't
stuff are you-
often use that, so that's why I allude to this other space, but obviously we don't often use it, mainly because it's stairs and not accessible.
I'm not
but-
sure what the
Plastic folding
heating
tables or
situation
something.
is up there either, and at one point in time, pipes had froze because the water hadn't been drained off. So it was an issue, nobody is there enough to check it, so it could go a week, you know.
Right.
In your case, if you guys were there on a weekly basis, if there was an issue.
So what are you looking to store?
It's like plastic folding tables.
We do have some there.
Could we use them?
I believe we have a few
Absolutely,
there, so
yeah.
I think it would be good
Anything
if
in
you
the
walk
building
through.
that's in that
Walk
area.
through one day, maybe
Okay.
Andrew and I can accompany you, because I don't think Andrew's been there yet. And
Oh,
you can
okay.
check it out, and I can tell you what's kind of going on
Okay.
in there.
And then she can tell you where to find the light switches.
Get into that need to.
Well-
Because that'll always be a nice introduction if you just said, here's the key.
Well,
It's
that
an
would-
old building,
good
you
thing we
know,
asked,
let's
'cause
put the
if
light
it's-
switch
if it's
across the
tables and
building
such,
over behind that
that's there.
panel.
I think there
Yeah.
is some tables there,
There
Yeah, there
probably are.
maybe 3 of them.
We have some other things that I just don't think are gonna work, period, even if you had okayed it, because I don't see a way, we have some rolling cabinets we used to lock up, but we were all on one floor, and we were able to roll them into a big closet.
Yeah, we can't tie
Yeah,
up
we
that.
don't
It's
have
such a,
that.
it is a
Yeah.
used
Plus, I don't
space.
think we can get them up in your building, because there's no ramp. So
Yeah.
we'll deal with that.
Okay.
So our hopeful start date would be 8/20, the 20th. We have one more week in Princeton at the annex of the Nailed Police Station. And then we can't be up there anymore, so we would be hopeful for the 20th of August for a start date.
I'd make a motion that we approve this request to use town property, the town hall, on Sundays from 9 until 4, and weekly use with a fee of $50, not payable in weeks they don't use the building, and to revisit this in November 15th or
second meeting of November.
Yeah,
Second
the-
meeting of November.
We can just do second meeting.
It'd be the 20th, that'd be the week of Thanksgiving, would be the second Monday, if this is
Why
2008.
don't we go for the first one? Do the holiday,
November
who knows
6th.
what will happen.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll put it
we
to
would
first.
revisit, let me rephrase that. Agree to let them use the building until the second week of November, and revisit this, as Matt had indicated,
Actually,
in
in
October.
October.
Yeah.
Perhaps our second meeting in October to visit this
October
again.
16th
To
would be the
determine if we
second.
want to continue.
Okay,
I'd second that motion.
okay. Discussion? Do you have any other questions for us?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I may as we go along, but
Yeah.
whatever the touch point is,
Mhm.
but I think we'll be good.
Okay.
If you could just reach out to our office whenever you have time,
Yep,
and we can make arrangements to meet you.
sure.
Sure.
That'd be great.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost.
Hearing no further discussion. Andrew, did you have any questions? No, okay. Hearing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What did you say?
Or was this one gone?
Are you in favor?
He was reading it. I'm in favor.
Okay.
Greg, we're gonna send that back, or
Yeah,
someone's
so
gonna sign
may-
it, or
I
something.
may have said it on the application, but the checks are payable to
Town of Barry.
Town of Barry, and where would be a good place to drop
To
them?
me.
Now that form indicates a security deposit as well.
Yep, there's a $150 security deposit, which can be,
You can do it every week or just do it once and leave
I
it.
think if
and
you
take
just
it
give
back.
us one check, that's fine. We'll just hold it
Okay.
until we're ready to close out.
So why do the security deposit separate from your $50?
Yeah, they're separate checks.
And
Sorry.
that-
So we just write in.
Yeah.
Whenever you decide you're done, you
Whatever,
take that one
revisit
back.
October 3rd, whatever.
16.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Note of business, I appreciate your comments on the memorial. and monument.
I just,
Very wise.
we do some things like they
Okay,
ambushed us
I guess
at a fire award ceremony.
Well, good luck to you. If
Especially
you have any
on something
problems,
like
let us
this.
know, and I hope everything works out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
You even got a bell
Good
on
luck.
it. You got a bell on this one. You even got a bell with
That's
it.
right.
There's no access to that, though.
We won't ring it.
That's also on a separate key.
Okay, now we have another request for town property.
We do. Circle of Song is requesting to use the town hall Thursday, December 21st, and Saturday, December 23rd for concerts.
'21st and '23rd?
Correct. I think one is a rehearsal and one is the actual concert.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess that one. Okay.
Make a motion to accept the request.
Second the motion.
Okay, discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. In favor?
Aye.
Right, okay. We have some wage authorizations.
I have one.
One.
One printed. We have to do two for the ones from earlier today,
Right.
so we'll take care of those later.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Nothing, I'm just.
Oh, I thought I missed something. So the one we have here is for Brianna. Because of the regional, we need to change her title and
Mhm.
her salary.
How's that change your title and salary?
It would
Because
just.
she's regional building inspector now.
Right, because.
Or
the,
regional commissioner, I'm sorry.
The funding from the other towns is coming into us, so we're paying her for the services of 4 communities rather than just the services to the town of Barry, under the agreement, us as host.
Okay.
She's
Thus
now-
regional.
She's still making the same amount.
But she's a regional
But-
building inspector.
No, I didn't
not a
understand
building
the
inspector.
pay, why that would change. I thought you said it was changing.
Because we're paying for all 4 towns and then being reimbursed for it. So we're fronting basically the money.
This is what we went through the end of the budget. We're not paying her the 30 whatever thousand, we're paying the whole 40-something
Mhm.
and getting the money back, which makes our net the same.
Correct.
But we have to authorize the entire payment out of our
And
We weren't
coffers.
paying her more.
total. In total, she's.
We were just getting more from other towns.
yeah, but there's.
We didn't increase her pay to do that.
Not from
No,
us.
No, she's still making the same amount as she would for the 4 towns combined.
But we're writing
From
the
our
check.
payroll perspective, she's making more.
If we paid her $3 and 2 other towns paid her $1, she used to get 5. Now we're gonna pay her the 5 and collect the 2. We have to approve to pay her
Okay,
her
let
full
me
wage.
explain this. So it's regional.
No,
We're the
no, no, I
host.
wanna know, that's not the question. When I recalled reading this, she was getting 32 hours in the town of
35.
Barry.
Right.
No, 32, prior to the agreement, at a certain hourly rate. And then she went to 35, so she got 3 more hours, but that didn't change her hourly rate. Nothing beyond, she didn't get a step up for this.
It's not changing.
And she only
It
added
shouldn't-
3 hours, so it shouldn't change her hourly
It
rate.
shouldn't change the rate, I'm sorry. It should change.
So this
the
shouldn't
total-
reflect anything.
Should change the total amount, should change her new title, pretty much, as building
This-
commissioner.
I think.
This would just
Can I ask a question?
change the title,
Is this becoming
because she's an
salaried?
hourly employee, not a salaried employee.
Oh, sorry, salary.
Correct?
Is she salaried employee now?
This would be salary we
Correct.
discussed.
That was never discussed to turn her into a salaried employee, because that would say we could use her
I don't
for
have the
45
contract.
hours
Do you have the
and not expect to pay her more.
Do you have it?
Yeah.
I don't have
No,
the
no,
contract.
not if the contract.
She's not a
stipulated
contract,
hours.
she's still a classified employee on a regular step scale. Her hourly rate didn't change, we just gave her more hours to accomplish the job. And called her regional rather than commissioner. She's now a regional.
So our regional
building
contract
commissioner.
is just with their towns, not with her. You're saying we could appoint anybody to that position and fulfill our contract.
Yeah, she's just an employee of the town that happens to be in a position that has served the other towns, and so it was a benefit to all the towns.
So you're looking to approve her pay rate at her new total number of hours.
It would basically be the hour change.
That's all,
The wage
not the hourly
authorization would
rate.
be-
As per in here, it's 31.21 per hour for 35 hours per week, which should be reflected on a wage authorization.
Is the 31 an increase
That's as of
from what
fiscal-
she had last year?
Fiscal year 2018 in this, as per this contract. I'm not sure what her rate was prior
Okay,
to.
and that's not a contract with
I'm sorry,
her.
I'm sorry.
It's the
with
agreement,
with
the
agreement.
MOU,
Right,
yeah.
and if we have to, we can go back and change that back to whatever hourly rate she was if she wasn't at 31, because I wasn't necessarily committing to paying her more an hour.
See, I don't know if you have
I don't
her
have back-
previous rate or.
I don't have
if that-
backup.
Okay.
In front of me.
So-
We can,
All I know is that this is.
Because
what
she
the-
was doing the same work for all the towns anyway. We
Right.
actually made her life easier.
Right,
So I wasn't gonna give her a pay raise for that.
right. I'm just going.
And
based
and
on-
nothing
right.
negative to her. I'm not,
We-
not her,
Right.
the individual, the position is what I'm speaking
when we
of.
did the wage authorization, we used the agreement.
Right.
That's what we based the
So
agreement
Ted,
off of.
yeah, so the agreement that was based off the fiscal year budget appropriations off at 31.21 per hour, I assume that she didn't already have a wage authorization prior to this.
No.
For the new fiscal year.
No,
So-
because it wasn't agreed upon at the time, until after the fiscal year began.
Right. So this is pretty much, this should pretty much just reflect the 2% COLA over her 17 rate.
We can double check it and have this for Monday, if you want.
Why don't we?
Yeah, that'd just be good, just to make
Okay.
sure.
All right.
Make sure
Because
you-
I don't have the other stuff in front of me, and
And I know she was making significant more than George was when he spent more of the hourly time doing this work.
He wasn't
Because
the-
when we brought her in to take on for George when he left, we didn't change the 1 hour a week rate we were paying her to be the commissioner role versus the local inspector. So
I
she,
think- Yeah, I know we're not gonna take a vote tonight, but, you know, with everybody else, we had given them a 2% cost of living adjustment. Hers had not been signed or agreed upon, so this is basically, now that the MOU is signed,
Mhm.
this is her,
Her
COLA.
FY18
Yeah,
amount.
this is her COLA.
she didn't get her COLA.
It hasn't been.
I think she did, but I
wage.
think we needed to change the hours, like,
Right.
because she was working
COLA's
20-something
a rate,
hours.
not an hourly thing.
And this is why I'm saying I don't have what we already have in front of us. We could have already done that 2% COLA, I'm not 100% sure.
Right,
We-
that's
I
all
don't-
I'm saying, let's.
Yeah,
Okay,
without
no
looking
problem.
what we have, I think it would just be good
Okay.
if we.
But thank you. I'm sorry that I had a lot
No,
more
okay.
questions that
Okay.
aren't, but,
Sorry, I didn't have an answer.
and I understand, you came in at the end too, so don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Alright, do you wanna do the EMS? Do you have more?
Charlie? That was all I had for that one.
I know you have another one,
So I
right?
guess Charlie was all
That's
set.
all I have.
Okay.
Yep, the wage authorizations that you guys discussed earlier, we'll prepare and Charlie can sign off on those later this
Two
week.
new appointments. Gotcha.
Okay. Guess we're all set with.
This ice one. I did.
Okay, we have
Oh, the
the,
victual,
Mhm.
not the,
Really?
yeah, this is the
Is there
victual.
both there? Yes.
Common victualler, common victualler, common victualler, common victualler.
okay, we have the hardship bills.
Yep. So, this was forwarded on by Chief Rogowski for your action, but this individual is requesting a hardship request in writing. So, basically the select board has two options. It can either accept and issue the request for hardship, or we can just wait for it to go into collections.
Has everybody read that when the email came through?
I have.
Everybody have an opinion on it? I'll make a motion to accept the hardship.
I will
That
second
right
that. Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I guess we can skip over the bridge request for now.
Yeah, that was retracted.
I think
Yes.
sounded that way.
Yep.
And I guess this is yours, Andrew, the town website?
Yeah, so I'm in the process of getting some quotes for a town website. Obviously, when I took over this position, it was basically that I wanted to improve the transparency of our government. I feel that what we put out on the website is a reflection of what we are as a community. So I think that's something that we should invest in. So far, I've received 2 proposals. It came in just a little bit higher than what I had anticipated, but it's still in that same ballpark. They're right around $5,000 per year for both developing and maintaining the website. But I think it's a step in the right direction. I'm waiting on one because since it would be a 3-year contract with whoever we go with, be over the $10,000 threshold. So by 30B, we need at least 3 quotes. So pretty much what I'm asking is, for your authorization to keep pursuing this and to engage in a contract with the vendor that provides the best service and the best price proposal for what we need as a community, and kind of what your thoughts are as far as going forward. If you guys think I should come back with a formal recommendation to go forward, or if you think that we should just go forward based off what we determine to be the best course of action.
I got 2 questions.
Okay, I was gonna say plethora of thoughts on this one.
Okay.
Starts with, what happened to the website that we had already started building and is waiting for someone to finish?
So I don't have any update on that. I don't believe that the town has invested money into that. So we're not really waiting on a product because we haven't put any money into it. I think that we should,
Who was doing it?
Adam.
it was through the IT
Mhm.
director
So we paid him how much a year?
per year. What was his
I'm not sure.
60-some thousand.
Okay.
So we invested in it.
Okay.
He was our IT director working for the town. Everything he provided and updated is the town's, not his.
Mhm.
Secondly, there was a budget line item for $2,000 for a web consultant. And twice when he was sitting there, I asked him, is your company the consultant? And he said no.
Okay.
So if we have to, we'll find, I will spend hours looking at the video to figure out where that came from.
I don't doubt that.
And the reason is, that website had been sitting there since I've been selectman.
Mhm.
And all I hear from people all over our employment is, when is the website going to be updated so we can get the public to see who's really in office?
Right.
Half the time it's like someone complains long enough, they went and found someone that knows how to get on this website to update the one piece of information, which I think was one person in town.
Right.
And so, and that just dragged. It never materialized. And now I'm hearing that we can't even continue this. We gotta stop and start all over.
Could I just,
Because Adam did not
Yeah.
give you the access and the information you need to know what to do with it?
I have not seen this product at all.
Okay. Bang?
yeah, so I guess what he meant by there's been no financial input on our end is meaning we have not paid somebody or a company to start developing our website. I know Adam maybe had started working on one, but I don't even believe it was anywhere. It had no content.
Yet we want to continue pursuing a contract with him to provide IT services? I'm just confused because I've sat here and he told me where we were at and he said all he was waiting on was content from the department heads to finish the website. As if the department heads were not telling him what to put on their page, so he couldn't finish. Prior to, along with that, I just need to say what I'm thinking. Doesn't mean I'm completely right. I don't know Adam very well at all. He's always worked well with me. I'm not, but I missed something in the communication. Because again, we bought that website in my mind because we paid Adam to do it. If there was no web consultant in a contract and we put in a $2,000 line item saying we're going to do a web consultant, and he sat in front of the town for I don't know how many times and said, here's the update on the website. Here's the update to, I believe we even had people ask for, what do they call it, the access to the website where it's not public yet, so you can kind of look at it and go from page to page. We got that far. There were a handful of pages that try to give you an idea of, here's the main page, here's, without a lot of content. It was just try to say, this is what it will look like. And you're telling me we don't own any of that? Even though all of that work was done by the person we paid to run our IT department?
We'd certainly own it if it exists. It may not exist.
If it exists, and I'm able to get access to it, but at the end of the day, is it something that the town wants to pursue? Is it something that we want to actually keep, to keep going?
I think, Matt,
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
this falls back under, we had him 13 hours a week, not 40. And what we've heard the whole time and why we're into this, looking to redo our contract for the IT and redefine the director position and do something differently, hopefully, for our IT contracting, is that 13 hours isn't sufficient to take care of the services and the lost passwords and the rebooting computers and make any real headway for the town projects, let alone the web page, on top of everybody else in every department that's screaming they want their system finished. There's just not enough time the way we had it structured. So it doesn't surprise me he's gotten nowhere with it. This takes some effort and time. We just didn't,
But he
we
didn't
have him
get
that many
nowhere
hours
is
a
what
week.
I'm saying.
I would doubt he'd get nowhere, but probably didn't get far. I'd be shocked if he did.
He's got a domain,
I
he's
didn't
got
search.
a pages built, he's got access
Well, we
to a
own-
preliminary review site.
We own our domain. Our www.townofbarry.com is our domain.
The website platform he was building, behind the one that's there, that
It was
was
probably.
ours. We own that.
Let's ask him what he has on it and see where it's at. That's
I
And
just-
that's all I'm saying. When I had asked before he left, make sure you identify everything you got and pass on everything to the new town administrator's office. If he didn't pass this on, he didn't do that. And that's my point.
Yeah.
Yet we still say, let's continue a contract with him. And I'm confused by that. I'm just being
You
honest.
said everything, but we have to go back, and I think listed a bunch of specific things, like passwords and such and such. And-
Administrative access.
Right, and we didn't, I don't recall specifically saying at that point, the website information. And since we didn't specifically say it, it probably is not on the top of his list of thoughts. I will still assume he means well with it and has been forgetful, but I'd like to ask him where it's at before we get
Okay.
too upset about it.
Just one thing I could add. So I'm sure the platform that Adam was working, or his thought process was kind of like a website like we have now, where it's not super user friendly. And
No.
with an IT director that you could go to and say, I want this on the website, I need you to change this, I need you to change that. In a perfect world, yeah, that would work. The web host that Andrew is looking at is user, it means everybody could go back to updating their own pages.
That's exactly what Adam said he was building. He also said he was building the website so it's good for your iPads, your iPhones.
Let's
It's,
stop.
it's not,
Yeah.
it was catching us up. Now,
Let's
I don't know
stop
how
beating-
far he got there, but I mean, that's what he was doing.
Let's stop beating the horse and get the information.
Mhm.
Charge Andrew to ask him for what he has on the website, please.
Okay.
Everything and anything that he has started and how far it is and access to everything on it. So
Okay.
we can determine where we're at. 'Cause we can what if forever here, it's gonna get us nowhere. We're doing
Okay.
so good on time.
Yep.
Something had to derail us.
And the only reason I also bring that up a little bit is, I don't disagree with finding someone to work with, but I do think it was a good start to say, here's our basis to build off of. And once it's built, my question then is it worth the $5,000 a year for this one person to build it and maintain it? Or that maintenance now becomes part of our IT contract? And then it's not two separate IT entities we're trying to keep up with on this, and that's part of the bigger picture I was thinking in my head. But I'm
So
not
tie it
against
to a
the
vendor.
idea of finishing this and you taking that action, the proactive. I'm lost at what we left behind, or why we left it behind, that's all.
So we'll leave
Part
it
of my
open.
concern on this, obviously, is that if we decide to go that route and, try to finish up whatever's been developed, and after we evaluate how we want to go forward with an IT service, and let's say it's not him, how is that site going to be supported?
Well, he won't have the ownership of that site. We
Right.
will.
That
But he
was
would,
kind-
but he would know how to, but
That was kind of
him
my
being
comment about.
developing it would have all the knowledge on how the back end,
Right.
how
That was kind of
all
my
the back
comment,
end
because the
stuff
website we have now is kind of the same way, At this point, we've all been locked out. There's minimal access at this point and nobody can figure out why, even Adam working with GoDaddy and all these, the company that, what do you call it, like
Hosted
hosts
it.
it, they can't, for the life of them, figure out why almost all of the users are locked now. So,
We need continued support, otherwise we're gonna end up in
Yeah.
the same situation as we are with our
Back to the
tracking
same thing.
system.
Let's see where he's at, if he was on the same path, or if he was on a different path, and see, and then we can determine if we want to continue it. We
He
can't-
did say he was
Yeah.
building off of a common
I
website
mean, because this is
I
something
think
that
it's
I've
Wix.
software.
put forward
think
since
it's
I've
Wix.
started.
Mhm.
Up to this point, I've received no pushback to say, there's already one in progress, don't worry about
Yeah.
it.
I didn't know
Understood.
there was, so.
Understood.
Understood.
May as well
Yeah.
ask.
I just think my
we can-
side, for some reason, you can tell this is a thorn in my side that I'm trying to
We
work.
can get a response before next week, and we can address this Monday. We can have another whole big meeting Monday, it doesn't matter. I got away with that, so we can. We can address it Monday if we get back input from Andrew, from Adam as to where it sits.
Hopefully I get some input.
I hope so too.
Okay. The revolving fund for the,
First we have the town administrator request for outside employment.
Yeah.
He
so I
wants to
just-
still be a firefighter.
Yeah, so just, say, outside of this, I also serve as lieutenant of the Bonneville Fire Department. It's in my contract that I have to request outside employment from you guys, so I'm formally making that request.
Do you see much conflict at all, potential?
I'm far enough away, it doesn't impact me at all. When I'm home, that's pretty much it. The only way it could ever impact me is if I have a significant call that comes in at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
And if you get the right
and
call
I'm
tree
just-
going, you're okay.
And I'm just gonna be a little bit delayed, so.
And federal law requires that he be allowed to stay in that call until it's finished, that he doesn't have to leave it to come to work.
Oh, exactly, and that's why I'm saying the call
Yes.
tree type thing is if he doesn't answer, who's the next person someone would call?
I hit him up on that stuff at the interviews, I guess you guys missed that one.
Yeah.
Conflicts, training, hours he's gonna go, duty shifts, none of that conflicted with this before we went this way.
Yep. My duty night is Thursday nights and starts at 6 o'clock, so should be,
So we
being
should
the last day
schedule
of the.
everything on Thursday night?
Yeah, so being the last day of the work week here, it's a real, great
Right.
transition.
I would make a motion to accept the request to
Yes.
continue as lieutenant.
Okay, do I have a second?
I thought you just did. Yes,
Oh,
I'll
I-
second it then.
Okay.
I thought you seconded that instantly. I was
Yeah,
looking quiet.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
All right.
Now we're up to the,
Yep. All right, so I have provided you guys a little bit of a background that, say, going on to another technology subject here. So prior to me starting here, the boards and commissions had been looking into replacing their GeoTMS software with a new product because they ended the back-end user support maybe 2 years ago. So they've been in the process of reviewing. They had selected Viewpoint software as the vendor that they wanted to engage with, that they're on the state bid list that has great reviews all around. I know that some of our building inspectors that work in other communities also use the software and support it. The biggest issue comes with how we pay for this software. It was proposed that we take the money out of the technology fee revolving account to pay for the software. The total fund, or the total cost for this, for an annual cost, or for the one-time cost, is $24,300. $14,000 of that is one-time costs. $10,000 of that, $10,300 of that is annual recurring. So it would have to be something that's sustainable. Currently, in the technology revolving account, there's only a fund balance of $17,000. I gave you guys a breakdown in here of how that revenue has come in. Part of that was because of a few one-time big hits. But I think that if we decide to go forward with this and support it from the technology revolving fund, that the town might want to look at updating its fee schedule to try to get it to keep up with that. Also, at town meeting, they had set a cap of $10,000. So if we decide to expend the entire $17,000 on this implementation, we'd have to, one, increase the amount. You guys could take that vote to increase the amount up to the amount requested, but then we'd also have to fund an additional $7,205 out of the IT budget, and that's if you want to expend it completely. So I'm kind of leaving that to your discretion as how you'd like the town to proceed.
There was something you'd given us in an email about reaching out to our other towns with our building inspector agreement to maybe share that software.
Right.
Have you talked to them
Well,
about that? And is that doable with a license without increasing the cost of the
We
software?
discussed that. I discussed that a little bit with Brianna. The intent of that agreement was mainly to keep the administrative functions within the towns themselves. I think that within that agreement, we should be, each town should be sharing their information in order to, kind of gives it checks and balances as far as what each town is contributing toward the MOU. The consolidation of administrative services is something that is down the road. So that was something that I kind of pointed out, that if we decide to, if we decide to renegotiate this contract in the future, possibly we could look at consolidating administrative services. So when it comes to funding this, I don't think that we have much of a leg to stand on to try to ask other communities to fund this for us at this time.
Okay. And I was worried about the logistics anyways of software licenses.
Right.
Because we don't have any internet directly connections between our servers.
This is a cloud-based.
Yep.
This is cloud-based.
Okay.
So they would be able to access it from anywhere and do the inspection.
But still, the licensing may to the town of Berry versus getting the other towns could cause an issue, and that's what my concern would be.
I have seen it before where I believe out in the Berkshires, they have multiple towns that all share one system. That could be something we look at in the future, as a model, but I think for right now, because obviously the more people that you can bring in, the lower your rate is going to be. So.
Yeah, with this software, it's a little catchy because it's based on permit volume. So if your permit volume is like 0 to 1,500 permits, licenses, so to speak, it's so much amount, and then from 1,500 to 3,000, so much, 3,000 to 7,000. So it's based on permits. So sorry to take over this, but what we're thinking right now, Andrea and I, so the building department, Board of Health, light, plumbing, electrical, and us, and the boards on the 3rd floor, so Mary Ann, what she does, planning, conservation, we're ready to go. It's crucial that myself and Andrea get softwares ASAP, because our licensing time is coming. Come October, we're gonna be ready to go, and we're hoping to get this.
What licensing does the select board / town administrator do that Viewpoint covers?
That would be all liquor licensing.
Yeah, the common victular.
Viewpoint deals with all of that licensing as well?
That's what I wanted to ask. This doesn't just cover people doing online permits themselves.
It's
This
both
is
ends.
Everyone
both
that
ends. It's
applies
us.
for a permit or a license or anything is
Correct.
a fee across
So
the
an
board.
inspector in the field will be able to, on the fly, basically say, do you have a permit? Yes. Rather than,
Let me call the
Yeah,
office, or
let
go
me
back
call-
to the
yeah.
office and.
No, but I mean, the fee will apply to everybody, not somebody who's just doing an online application. The fee will go
No,
to
so
everyone that gets a permit.
currently, we have a technology fee rolled in. When we started with GOTMS, let's just say 3 years ago, we were able to, through CMRPC, do GOTMS as a grant, okay? Because so many communities didn't jump on board with this and they didn't want to do the GOTMS, CMRPC was very kind to us, and they were able to pay all of our cost to our GOTMS, which translated to Acela when they got bought out. So we, at the beginning of this, knew that we had to support our software. So we instituted a 5% technology fee, which has gone just into the bank. Basically has sat in our revolving fund throughout this. That's why we have a bank of 17,000,
Right.
but he showed you what the real revenue looks like.
right. And
So-
those amounts in 15 and 16 that came out as an expense were paid out directly to a seller for support.
Correct.
So this.
So everyone will have to roll out a technology fee that
If-
doesn't already implement it. Our office does, and so does the inspectional services.
Okay, this fee, revenues of $10,830, that's anticipated off of the 5%?
That has
fees?
already been collected.
Already been collected.
This
This
is
is
what we
passed,
have.
right?
This
Okay,
is
but
what we
but
have.
that represents the actual collections at the given rate. So
Mhm.
we intend to do two things, increase the fee and increase the.
Well, we can do
things
one
we
of
get
two
the fee
things.
on.
Right.
Like Andrew mentioned, we can increase the fees, or other departments simply purchase their software. Other departments just simply purchase it.
Okay.
That's something we may just have to look at doing.
What's the difference in cost, you know? To just buy it versus pay the annual 10,000? You
I'm
still
sorry?
need some, I'm
I
misunderstanding.
think it's more of talking about dividing the cost between the departments rather than.
The annual licensing,
right.
the annual license is gonna be there of the $10,300. We'll get an initial investment of 24,300, which counts that first 10,300. But the 10,300 we could split up amongst the departments rather than the select board pay it. Each department could have it out of their budget as an item.
It could, or we could just have a software line.
Yeah. I kind of just wanted to put it in there to show that other than in FY17, the previous 2 years, that would not have, it wouldn't have been self-sustaining. You would have had to supplement it through the IT budget or some other mechanism.
What were those expenses those 2 years?
The expenses from it were.
Could have just been a couple of Acela bills.
Yeah, that was for support through Acela. So that was, so I believe Acela charges you
Per permit.
Per permit.
I think they charge us 3%
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, so if we're taking in 5% and they're charging us 3%, we're keeping that 2% in the bank, which.
Yeah, and we did that
Yeah.
in the event that we had to update,
Mhm.
or we had these, outside costs.
Yeah.
We kinda just figured 5% was a good number.
If they had maintained support for another
Yeah.
2 years, we would have been on track for
Right.
you know,
Mhm.
having the costs in the bank to cover this.
But like right now, we have no support and Andrea can't print her permits. She's currently coming to my desk to use my module. So that's a
So
problem.
the confusing part to me is the initial investment is to purchase the upgraded software, correct?
Correct.
And the 10,300 annually is just for software updates, it doesn't include support?
That's support, yes, that's
So
everything.
we'll lose
Yep.
that expense item for support because we'll be paying the 10,300.
Correct. You're almost looking at
Okay.
a zero revenue based off of what we're currently charging for for a use fee.
Mhm.
So it would be in the best interest of the board to look at possibly, approving an increase in that.
Increase the line item and then try to.
Currently, this
increase-
is gonna just add 10,000 to our annual budget every year,
It potentially could.
Yes.
Yes.
unless we can
Well,
supplement
Well,
it with
no,
additional
no,
revenues.
It's
The
gotta
goal
wait-
would be to supplement it with
it's-
additional revenue.
what it's gonna do now is put $7,000 in our budget. The 10,000 should be here to cover that
No,
for the revenue.
the 17,000 is not something you get every year. It's what's there after
That's
all
what's
the
there
years
now.
they've been doing it.
The 10,000 is what we should get every year.
Right.
No, it's what we're
Well, that's
sending out.
That's, the $10,830, I should say, is what we received in revenue over the last fiscal year. But I kind of put a little caveat in there to say that that also included a large-scale solar project.
That's
So-
what I mean, it's,
So we're not going to have one of those every single year. We'll probably be trending more toward the FY16 revenue base, which is about $3,000 under what we would need to
So
to
we need
support
an
that.
additional $7,000 to initiate the purchase in the first year. And then we're gonna need to increase that line item by about 3,000 per year afterwards.
Yeah,
And
and I
that can be
think-
offset by a slight increase in fees.
It might be a slightly lesser number than the 10,000. I think the 10,000 was if everybody went on board all at once, but we don't see that happening right now.
Okay. So we would need a.
Because Ellen's not quite ready,
Okay.
so, but
So-
that was to give you, if everybody went on board, so in a year, this is what we could be looking at.
I think I understand it now anyways.
Optimal.
That's the toughest one, I think, me. But I understand it. I think that we should consider moving forward with it soon. But we're gonna have to probably wait till town meeting to come up with that additional $7,000.
Mhm.
the 24,000 overall.
You
No,
wanna take it
so-
out of the tech fund,
so
is
this
what you're saying?
Yes, Adam, we had made a phone call to Adam, and Adam said there's sufficient money for us to use IT money to cover this.
And then if we had to replace that, we could do that in the fall, if we had to.
I think looking towards next year's town meeting, we have to either decide whether we're gonna raise the fees for technology.
Yes.
Or create a line item and fund it for next year.
It's gonna have to be a line item anyways, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we allowed to
Yes.
override the revolving fund cap at 10,000? My understanding is that's a finance committee role, not us,
Jean.
or a joint role.
Jean told us it was select board.
That was the opinion of the town council.
Mm-hmm.
I know, when I went to the
Yep.
Department of Local Services training on finance, there was very little power given to the select board after the budget got approved. So I'm not sure, I'm not saying she's wrong, I'm just saying, even if we have that right, I'm just questioning whether we should be jumping that when we could probably try to address it with free cash rather than squeezing it out of a budget we couldn't make without last year's free cash.
So you'd rather.
I mean,
So
we
you'd
couldn't
rather-
even cover our last annual budget without free cash
So
from the
you-
year before.
You're
That's
proposing
the way it is
leaving the
everywhere.
revolving fund
Which it
as
can't be.
is.
Well, it's been that way.
Yeah, but
for-
the,
You're
200
proposing
years.
leaving the revolving fund as is and funding the gap through free cash annually as it's declared.
well, I think
Yes.
what the question
Again, that
really
wasn't part of the
is-
training I took in
No,
DLS.
but I'm saying that, then that way we're not modifying the revolving fund cap.
So in this particular fund, there's $17,000 and
Yes.
change.
Mhm.
We would like to expend all of that money to do this, plus 5,000 or whatever out of
7, right?
IT budget.
Right.
Jean, we had talked to Jean, because Andrew picked
Th-
up
this-
that we
this
only
is
had a
IT.
cap of 10,000.
This is IT, is it not?
This is IT, and
So
he
we
does
can
pay for other
certainly-
software out of
We
this,
can
so.
certainly expend it out of that, so.
So-
I don't have a problem with that.
Jean told us that she needed you guys to make a motion to allow us to expend more than the $10,000 out of that revolving fund.
The other option is to only
Where's the money
appropriate
come from if a
10,000.
server drops out?
Right.
There's,
Unexpected is what I'm saying. What
Out
do
of
we
the IT
have
budget?
if our network drops out because of a piece of equipment blows? I know we can still try to rely on Rutland as the backup, but the result, that's part of the revolving fund, is actually equipment breaks down, how do I fill in a gap that
No,
I
that's
didn't
not-
expect?
hold on, that's not part of the revolving fund.
You're thinking of the IT budget.
Right.
The revolving fund is meant to sustain permitting.
It's a
permit track.
technology line as a revolving
This one
fund.
particularly is just
This
for
one
that
is-
software
yes,
maintenance.
It was
That's all it's
implemented
for.
specifically for
I
the
think
maintenance of
Permitting.
permit.
I believe it says
Permitting.
Which is-
technology revolving
Right,
account.
which is why it was only, why it was started in FY15 in order to support that function.
Would you
It was
feel?
never- it was not a function that
That
we
wasn't
had.
intended for a general technology, it was specific to
Technology.
permitting
I mean,
technology.
if there was a server
Yes.
that was
Because I haven't
connected to
read
it, then
the
yes.
description of the revolving fund. 'cause-
No, that was the intent of that revolving fund, because we needed somewhere to put that technology fee. So all of our technology fees go into that revolving account, and that's all that goes on with that account. Is that 5% fee goes in there, and we used it to pay just a couple Acela
Their
invoices.
support and maintenance bills.
Yeah, maintenance bills, and then,
And then the IT budget, the extra 7,000,
mhm.
why is that there?
Adam says
Where's
that-
that money coming from?
Adam says there's enough money in the IT budget to cover this.
Well, that's what I mean, this wasn't
So
something we were looking at the time we built the budget, so where's the money coming from that it wasn't gonna be used on?
Because we decided to level fund that IT expense line. And at this time, we don't have any proposed projects with IT, whereas last year we did all the networking, we did a whole bunch of IT upgrades.
Well, the whole
And-
website is a project.
And that could come out of that potential as well, but if we're gonna keep the,
So when we did the IT budget.
That's why I just keep
Permitting.
saying, I think
Right.
special town meeting where we can clarify and just set the money aside and say,
but we need this.
install it, buy a 3-year
But we
service
need this-
agreement,
this is-
and then build
We
the
need it for
technology
permitting
fund to
now,
maintain
so-
thereon.
But we need this right now. Like, we have Andrea is not functioning. She's like barely limping by in her department. And for
Since
us, I'm sorry?
Since when did she lose her ability to print and use this software, really?
Well, to be honest with you, we haven't had support for, what did she say, like a year and a half, 2 years? We haven't been supported with this software since Acela bought it out. And this week, her issue is she can't print. You know, 2 weeks ago, mine wouldn't do anything, it was just completely frozen. And there's nobody to call.
No, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just-
If you guys would like, we could do this at we could continue the discussion at our next meeting, and I could try to provide a full budget review of the IT service and what it should, or what it was budgeted for. So that way you guys have that information.
Yeah, that would be,
Yeah, just because we're still in the unknown there
Right.
with
I mean, to be
temporary
fair,
IT
you guys don't have
funds.
that in front of you of what's been
Right.
expended, what we anticipate expending.
yeah.
Right now, it's all just anticipated savings. So if we can kind of put your mind at ease that there's plenty of money in that account to do what we need to do, provide that.
I think one thing I can tell you definitely is there was I would think at least $15,000 balance at the end of fiscal year 17 in the IT expense line, left over, even after all the great projects we did.
We'll give you the full FY17
That's
expense too, and show that.
It is
it's
now,
there.
but what I'm saying is, just to show you.
Oh, yeah.
Last year's budget
And,
had
and
a,
we funded the same amount and haven't used any of it yet.
we did.
I understand.
Okay.
And Adam said we kinda did that. We'd like to carry that number in case we had to do a server.
Well, why don't we table this for 2 weeks and get to it the next meeting and get the information that'll make everybody comfortable so we can, and get this done in 2
Mhm.
weeks? Please.
Yeah, I think so.
And if you could reach out just for my edification, is that the right word for this?
Yep.
I'm doubting it, but now that I threw out a big word. See if you can reach out to at least Ted in the finance committee and see what he has to say about this as well. We've heard it before, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you make a decision without talking to us? Well, let's talk to it. Just to make sure that they're at least in the loop, they understand the same thing you're telling us, because we can't always count that they're watching the cameras, they got another life too. I think they're glad to be taking a break from what they went through this spring, because it was a lot of
Oh, he
work.
called me asking when we're gonna have another meeting, so maybe not.
He might, yes, but that was all. I just want to make sure that.
Okay. Did board members have anything they wanted to, ongoing stuff, or
Absolutely.
you do? Okay.
Do you, before we start, would you guys like to?
Yeah, I understand that
Are these
when we
guys?
get right to the end.
Okay.
Mine won't take too long.
Sorry.
I've been borrowing some of Andrew's time here to looking at some of the projects that I've wanted to get underway. So to let you know what I'm pursuing. One is something I talked about 9 years ago when I ran for this office, which is running this landfill ourselves.
Transfer station?
The transfer station ourselves, probably not the landfill. Eventually, I'd like to see this town have curbside pickup done by the town, but not yet. I wanna get into running
Yeah.
this transfer station on our own. I've been in the business. There is much money to be made in recycling. We're foolish to allow people to take it for free as a kind gesture for us. There's literally hundreds of thousands of dollars to be made in recycling. I've asked Jason and Andrew to start looking into what we need to establish it. I have ideas of how I would like to see it set up. I'd like to see cardboard, newspaper, and regular paper separated. Those are, the newspaper's a big money item. The other ones are garbage. And I'd like the other recyclables separated as far as clear plastic, opaque plastic, tin, aluminum, and I don't care about glass. It's not that valuable in any manner. But there's ways to set up divided with block formations instead of dumpster bins. And we'd have to look into expense in ways to haul the glass or to bundle the plastic and cardboard. So there's things to look at, and we're trying to get into that now so that when we get to our next town meeting, we'll be prepared. If I can have this ready and have you two satisfied, we'll be prepared to take over the landfill, the transfer station, on our own, as opposed to hiring this out to somebody again. That would generate, instead of spending money on an outside source, we'll spend money on employing probably 2 people, I would think. And we could have a facility that's open more often for us, run better, under our control, fully with no arguments or long-going issues such as that. And Jason doesn't think he needs any equipment for it. I think realistically we should look at, I don't know the condition of the roll-off truck or what we need, but I want to find out what that expense really will be up front and come forward with a good proposal for it. So I'm working on that. And I've also proposed, I've asked Andrew to look into the viability of asking to have the school audited. I don't know if we're allowed to ask the select board. I don't think we can. I believe it has to be done through a town meeting. I don't know if that's a single town or multi-towns. But given the fact that as we discovered, especially listening to the great presentation from the tech, the state really says we can afford to spend $3.2 million on our school, and we're spending $5.2 million. The school committee, despite their diligent efforts and their best efforts, they can't seem to trim it down and find out what's going on to get that any lower. I think an outside source, having someone come in and audit that and look into those books independently, will get a fresh opinion and view from someone else as to if it really is needed, necessary to be $5.2 million, or there are places we can trim a little bit or find redundancies, and how there's got to be a way to get some of this back in control, because the extra $2 million we spend more than the state says we can afford are damaging this town in ways that we can physically see. We can see our roads, we can see our buildings. The inability to come up with $7,000 for our tech is disgusting to me. With the amount of money we go through, we should be able to take care of all these issues. To keep buying fire trucks, to use fire trucks, to have, it just right down the line. We shouldn't have these issues with our budgets. And I just think the amount extra we spend in the schools is good. There's got to be some to look back from there. So I'm hoping we can look into that possibility of having them audited. And I don't know what we have to do, so I've asked Andrew to start looking into that. And of course, the other thing I talked about before is sales tax. I'm looking for other revenues for the town. We can do a meals tax. I know we can do a meals tax. Other towns have done it. I've talked briefly with a representative from the town of Groton before about this that had served in the Senate for years, and I've talked
Orange
to.
has one.
But yes, but I want to look into a sales tax, because if we can come up with a sales tax instead of taxing our citizens, a sales tax largely from this town. We have, Higgins Energy that has motor vehicles and sales of stoves, and Lita Lumber. They sell probably 90% or 95% out of this town. So that'd generate tax revenues for our town without taxing our population. And 0.75% is not a large amount of money. And I think as small amount it is per tax, I think we could generate multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax from that. And the combination of these things, we can really try to put ourselves in a better situation financially, which will make our jobs a lot easier. Sure would make a lot of people happy with us if we could say yes to stuff instead of strike every single thing off a budget like we did this year for the special request at town meeting. I'd like to see those things get approved, especially when they're reasonable requests like this year. So those are my little projects that I've started working on. And I've been taxing our administrator to look into and some of the other town employees. And I'll let you know more as I discover more, and you can kind of process that and have input for me maybe next time we talk about it.
Okay.
As to how you feel on it, what you think.
Yeah. Do you have any?
Nothing to add, but I had just two comments. One is, I'm not discrediting the concept of auditing the schools, but I think we need to probably look at and clean our own house first, just to make sure, because we all have the ability to get lax and become inefficient, not really paying attention to it. That's more what I mean. And if we're not doing it ourselves, we're just creating an enemy that we don't need to create.
Well,
that's just a thought.
No, but my saying to have it audited is as I understand, we've asked before, not me, but the board has in the past asked to see their budget, and we don't get to. So we can't really look at it ourselves. And we're inside. I want it unbiased. I want it outside. I don't want us to look at it. I don't want to try to make them go and pick and choose if there's something else they can do and struggle with the issues. I think the fair way is to look at outside. The state's very clear on looking at our total levy limit, our total revenues for this town, the populace of the town and the school and the per capita income and all the things they take into account to come up with $3.2 million. And we're almost double that. The percentage of our budget, I think, approaching 60% is too much for just one element of our town. The school is not 60% of our town. It is not.
Okay.
And I think it's very.
I got you.
I think we owe it to the people of the town. And if the audit comes back and says, hey, you're lucky they're doing that good, then we're lucky they're doing that good, and that's what things are. I can't know what they're going to come back with, but I would suspect that there's got to be something in that $2 million overrun from what the state says we should afford. There's gotta be a way to get a little closer to that. As I alluded to, I was appreciative of them cutting their budget and reducing their limit this year, their raise to, was it 3.1%? But it's still an increase. It's still, I think, too high. And I'd just like to explore every avenue, and I think we owe it to the voters. And if I'm right and it needs to go before a town meeting, then if people disagree, they'll vote it down at the town meeting. And they say, no, we're not gonna audit it, and we're happy with it. And at least I can in good conscience say that I've made an effort. I've looked into it as I've promised people I would.
Okay.
And that's why I asked for it. I'm not trying to go after anybody. I'm not trying to insinuate anything. But the school committees look very hard, and they're not coming up with any reasons. And we have nothing to offer them because we don't know what their budget is like. We went through ours very thoroughly. We have no idea what's in theirs, really, line item by line item. And let another source look at it, I think, is the fairest thing.
Okay. And the only other thing I have is with the concept of a municipal level sales tax. It's counter to local development. A business that could come into town and create a new business, would they go here or to the town next door that doesn't have the tax? And that's where, until you reach a certain level of commercialism, I think you're scaring off the development that will help you in the longer run.
Not taxing the business.
No, it's still because they can sell more product at a lower price next door. Why would they move into this town? It's just a general thought. I'm not fighting on it. It was just a different side to the story.
I don't know how much business we're looking at developing. So far, the things that keep coming before us are, you know, we've had the marijuana grow facility, we have solar plants wanting to come in. You know, we don't see a Home Depot coming here into town, things that have a lot of sales numbers. But we do have a lot of businesses in towns that have volumes of sales. Fuel sales in this town between the different distributors and gas sales. And, you know, we do have several restaurants. We do have a lumber yard, a major lumber yard, that moves a lot of product. And certainly they move equipment, motorcycles, wood stoves, pellet stoves. And like I said, I don't think the amount of a 0.75% changes. You know, when I go to McDonald's and I buy something and wear it, it costs $1, I pay $1.06. If I buy something that costs $3, then I have that extra 0.75 comes up, and I would pay $1, you know, $3.19. Well, this would be $3.21.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's 2 cents more nowhere on that $3 purchase. I go from $3.19 to $3.21. And that's the minute change we're talking about. It's not going to drive, I don't think, any business away. But that number adds up.
Some of it's devil's advocate. I appreciate kind of what, I wouldn't say out of the box thinking, but the new perspective, I appreciate that. So I'm not trying
to either get some revenue back and or increase revenues at the same, something to put us in a better financial position than we're in, because that was not a pleasant budget period. And it's not going to get better the way things are pointed.
Understood.
I think in terms of the school, one way to address it, and their folks from UMass Boston indicated it, that our contract between the 5 towns needs to be reworked. I think that would be the place where we might be able to address it without, you know, we're in a position where, you know, we're having trouble paying, so are the other 4 communities, and the school district is doing stuff that I think we might be able to be in a position to rework that contract a little more favorable to the towns. And it was favorable, but the Department of Education came in and changed it, which is just totally wrong. Not their contract. But
we can look into that as well too.
I think that's
I don't want to dismiss any of those, John.
What?
I don't want to dismiss.
Well, I think
any
the
of
contract, you know, probably the contract needs to be updated. I think there was an agreement on that, and I think that would be one way we could go about doing it,
And I don't know if the audit can be requested. I really don't know what it takes to request an audit. It may take all 5 towns to agree to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Which, as we know, getting all 5 towns to agree on something in a meeting is challenging sometimes.
but I think,
So I don't even know
they
if it's
all would
feasible.
agree that
I'm giving
probably
you my
we-
early stages of this.
we
so,
need
you
to
know.
take a fresh look at that regional school district agreement, and that would be probably advantageous to us. It might clean a few things up in the school
Maybe you
committee.
start picking at that then on the side and see
Yeah,
if you
I'm
can make some
anticipating
suggestions.
that, and once we get through the summer, I think it's gonna be, probably a request will be coming, I hope. And if it's not, we're gonna have to just, put a push on to clarify some of these issues.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, we'll see what they do in the fall, but I think that's the best chance, to streamline how things are getting done.
Any changes in the right direction are good for us.
And I think
these
one
are
of the-
all possible ways to do
Yeah,
it.
I've given this a lot of thought, and, you take a look at things like Stetson, we're getting billed for Stetson, barriers, Tarbert,
We have a great draw to this community that brings in, unfortunately, a lot of nonprofits.
Yeah.
And I think we missed the boat on when I wanted my 2% gross sales of the marijuana. I think it's fair to ask these communities and places that want to utilize this town because of its location, its beauty, and whatever the other reasons. I think we have a responsibility to this town to say, yes, all these things want to be here in our town, like the meditation center.
Mhm.
We should be asking for some sort of, payment in lieu of taxes or something back
Yeah.
from these things. What do they get from our town? They get this beautiful town. They get our emergency services. They get their peace and quiet.
Yep.
We don't have a skyscraper building in their backyard. We don't have some big factory next door to them.
Right.
Everyone
I
should
agree.
be, everyone should be
What's the total
willing.
acreage of the Buddhist now?
I don't even know.
I don't know. It's a lot.
They gave us how
But they
much?
do
20
they make a pretty
what this is?
sizable donation each year to the town.
24.
I think it's up in the range of $20,000 to us.
Yeah.
Just so you know, an equivalent for Stetson is they gave us 4 acres of land, or 4 to 6.
Once in how many years?
Well, that's approximately 6 years
Do we
worth of what
receive-
the Buddhists just gave us.
Do we
So
get
I'm just
property
trying to
real
say
estate
that
tax?
we always overlook the one lump of approximately a value of $80,000 to $100,000 of development land as if it didn't happen. I'm just throwing it out there.
Do we
They
get
haven't
real
not
estate
done
taxes?
anything.
Property real estate
From who?
taxes?
Neither
From
one.
Stetson?
No.
From neither one. And there's what I'm talking about, not what they have given, but the value of the buildings up there and the tax value that we lose every single year, because they're a nonprofit. Someone's making money up there. It's nonprofit definitions are very lenient for people.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah, it's a state level
the
issue.
value of the buildings
We're
up
not
there
proud.
is probably in the multiple millions. And the real estate tax we lose every year.
Mhm.
No one else can build on that land now, and the same thing when solar farms come in. If we take farm protected, agriculture protected land, and someone gets to put a solar farm on it, I mean, there's something comes out of a protected tax to becoming a nonprofit, and we're not gonna get taxed. It should at least, pay back agriculture tax, be taken out of protection before it can become a solar farm. There's other things to look at when these
I
things
think
happen.
it is. That's what the 61A is.
Good.
We do that.
But beyond that, we are losing, every time we let one of these nonprofits come into town, we lose a potential tax base. And we have watershed lands, as you know, that we are under, compensated for nowadays compared to the values that they started that at. We can't make more land, we can't get more places to have taxes come in. So I think we really need to be careful where we go with letting things into town, and that we ask for something and not be bashful to ask for something back.
That was the bigger picture I was bringing up about creating a town plan.
We
And that's how you bring everything you're talking about into the plan, so we can look at
Absolutely.
how we zone things and how we work towards a program.
And maybe that's something you want to start to bring forward too, that we could look at and have input on and start to work on that. I think we all need to start doing a little more out of office on our own and try to bring some stuff to the table for us all, because, like I tell everyone, we can't sit and hash this out in public, but I can do as much as I can and bring it to you guys and then modify with your input as can you both. And we can, not that we don't put a lot of time in already, but we can do good things for this town, I think. And we really have to put some effort into it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Indra, do you have anything else for us?
Well, I don't know if you want me to just go through everything that was left in the report, or if you guys just want to read it on your own.
I've read it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've read
That's
it.
I'm
fine.
just being
I have
honest.
nothing additional to add.
I read most of it
that.
as I was sitting here.
Okay.
I do appreciate it though, because it made me more comfortable coming into the meeting with some of the things you elaborated on that were part of the agenda.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
I know for next time I'll try to index things a little bit
I was gonna
better.
say, that's a little
Yeah.
hard to follow, that's what
Yeah.
killed me, I kept having to go back and
No problem.
forth.
It was-
Obviously, through the actual process up front was good, but then finding the supporting stuff was challenging.
It was
But
the first run.
I like it. Don't get me
When it
wrong.
goes out digitally, it's one thing. Have it in front of you, I'll try to do a little bit better job.
All right,
Okay.
but I appreciate it, that's, I liked having it here.
Hey, did you have anything?
I have nothing.
No, you wanted to speak with us?
Yes, please. Good evening, hopefully this isn't gonna be long. Andrew, I had spoken to you on the phone, my name is Rose Sable. This is regarding that public notice. I was in the military, I tried to do a chain of command. I spoke to the Board of Health, and then I spoke to Andrew. I have a concern, and building on what you had said regarding transparency and the rights of the public, that public notice that the Board of Health provided for the site assignment of the marijuana facility mentions nothing, not one word, about it being a marijuana facility. It says nothing of that in the public notice or the letters that were sent out to the people. Now, people that aren't involved have no idea that that's what's intended to go up there. And I have a serious problem with that because, one, it's going to impact me greatly that that's over there. For the month, there's other things going on. I'm going to try to just stay focused on this. But there's things that are going on up there that are not transparent, that I've tried to have addressed, that have not been addressed yet. I'm going to the Conservation Commission tomorrow. That there's been, I will write stuff on a letter for you guys so you'll understand what I'm talking about.
I would appreciate
So
that.
let's just focus, let me just refocus back to the public notice. I really would like for it to, at minimum, be rewritten to actually inform the public and repost it, just so that's fair, because this is for the 14th. Now, I must also add that he was awesome, he was professional, he was helpful, he was courteous, he returned my call after he checked into it, and also said, that, you know, you recognize that this could be seen as deceptive, and that, you know, in the future, anything mentioning this would be, you would have to include that nomenclature, people were notified, correct? And when I initially spoke to the Board of Health to voice my concern, it was total shutdown of, we're not rewriting it, we're not reposting it, and I said, I tried to question on how that's justified. And what I was told was, for the answer, that's how the applicant filled it out. Well, are you familiar with what that actually says, the public notice?
No.
May I read it to you?
Mhm.
It's very short. And just to, I will send copies of this as well. It's gonna take me a little while to include everything, because this is gonna go back to the initial siting of the solar farm, this history that I'm talking about of not being transparent. So, this is in the Barry Gazette, and it's the, excuse me for a second, July 27th, and it states, Barry Board of Health, in accordance with the town bylaw, chapter 305, siting of commercial operations, the Board of Health will hear a request for a site assignment on August 14th, 2017 at 5:30 p.m. for applicant UTR Property LLC / the Caregiver-Patient Connection LLC. The request is for the construction of agricultural cultivation, processing, packaging, and plant and soil operations located at 295 Vernon Ave, and then I believe it's, I get confused of what a book number is and, but
Book and
the
page
number that
for
they
the
give,
lot,
yeah,
yeah.
this is, I think, the book number
Map and lot.
H466.
Yeah, map and
Oh, that's
lot.
lot.
Map and lot.
No, there's only
It's
one
book
number.
and page for the registry, map and lot for the
Right,
assessors
right,
map.
I have the blueprints here, but I'm not gonna, I wanna focus on
But there's
this.
similar terminology, it just
Yeah, the
depends
map
on.
is the letter and the lot is the number, when it says map and lot.
So the only thing that's here I'm trying to convey is the H-466.
So it's the
That's-
map and lot.
Okay. Let me continue reading. The board meets in the boardroom of the Selectmen's Room, first floor of Henry Woods Building located at 40 West Street in Barry. And then underneath that, I'm not really familiar with, I'm assuming, and that's probably wrong, that maybe they have to show that there was 2 meetings in between because they give the dates of 7/20 and 7/27.
That's the day that it was posted in the paper. That's what those dates mean. 7/27 is one of them.
7/20 and 7/27, that represents the 2 weeks.
Posting in the newspaper.
Right, that's what I was conveying.
Oh, I thought you said the meetings in between.
What Faye's trying to say is that was also in the 720 paper, not
Correct.
just the
Oh,
727.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And that's what those dates were
Okay.
referring.
Okay,
Mhm.
so I also have, the letter, and that's the verbiage. There is
Okay.
no declaration whatsoever of what that actual facility is. And I think it's imperative that that is in there. And as I said to you, I had no disrespect. I thought that you were so courteous, and I appreciated everything. But you also understood how I even informed him that it wasn't anything disrespectful, that I was going to have to, go up a little. And I didn't know the chain of command. I was assuming that this was the next place to go. I'm also, with that request that actually the town is informed for transparency, I'm also requesting, I don't know if this is appropriate either, is anybody, are any of you participating in any of these boards associated with this? Like, are you gonna go there as a person to witness what actually happens at the siting meeting, at the planning board, at the Conservation Commission? I know that you volunteer.
It really comes down to time allows, I'll try.
Okay.
That's where I've been at lately.
Again, I'm not being ungrateful, because I know you guys rocked it tonight when you were talking about things that we were gonna bring in. I really appreciate, we've had a changing of the guard as far as I'm concerned, and I don't know if you remember me, but when we were speaking of that letter of consent, I said, I understand about businesses, but what I required, based on past history, is that it's done legally. And this, and what's been going on up there for at least a month, is, I've asked if permits were issued, I've tried to do due diligence, because I want it to be legal. This is gonna be in my backyard, and it's in the town of Barry, and whatever it brings. We have given the consent for something that requires a moral compass and integrity to run that, because we gave up rights to go up there and see what's going on. And if this is not happening correct now, and the history shows it did not happen correct before, I bought a house, I came here, you spoke of how great it is. I searched, I could have lived anywhere. I searched and came to this town, and where I'm at is beautiful, it's pristine. My backyard goes to the river, and then there's the road, and then there's the railroad tracks, and then there was the industrial area. And I was promised by Mr. Iandoli, that it was only gonna be the solar farm, to find out that when he purchased that land, the master deed, which I have, knew that they were gonna put the rock crusher there, because they were gonna put the stuff on the other land. I'm just telling you, there is a lot of history here, and I am not going to sit still and be quiet. I cannot do that. It's not in me, I can't do that. And I'm not trying to be a pain, I'm just asking that somebody please witness, because I don't think this all is recorded. Witness these meetings, these initial steps, and when there's a bump, I don't want to be like, well, she said this, or it's not recorded properly, because I'm telling you, I know what happened with the history. I have no reason to be deceitful. I am very passionate about this, and I just am asking for that support.
What time are those hearings?
This one is at 5:30 on the 14th. But again, is it, I don't know, you know, I appreciate you even listening to me and taking the time like this. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. It is a responsibility of the town to the people. If this inconveniences somebody because it's gonna run a schedule longer, well, I'm sorry, that isn't my problem. It needs to be done correctly. So if it's bumped now, it has to be rewritten and bumped for 2 weeks. If it was filled out correctly and wasn't, in my mind, deceitful, because if the applicant was responsible for what they wrote, there's a reason they did not write that, in my mind. And when I bring it up to the Board of Health, and then they say it gets pushed back that, no, this is staying like this.
Who made that advertisement? The
Andrea.
applicant or
Oh,
the town?
Um,
Who put in the advertisement in the newspaper?
The applicant, what I was told was that, from the Board of Health, was the applicant filled out the application, and that is what generated this. So if Andrea
So the
took
town
from the
writes
applicant.
that to the newspaper.
Based off of what is put on an application.
And my thing is at the end of the, okay.
What I'm trying to get at is, whose legal responsibility for posting it in the newspaper is it? The applicants
No,
or the town?
The town puts it in the paper based on what the applicant gives us.
Doesn't matter that, I'm asking,
The
once it
towns.
goes to the newspaper, whose responsibility is it for what is posted? The town or the applicant?
The town.
The legal notice is the town's responsibility, correct?
Right.
Yes.
So it's our responsibility for the content of the notice. No matter what the applicant says, if we don't believe it's correct, we send it back and say, this is not complete.
Well, I will. give
Because
an
it's
example.
our,
I'll give-
otherwise it's like, we already got reprimanded once for meeting agendas from the state, saying we weren't very clear in the information, we could better clarify and state what's coming up in a meeting.
So I'll give you an example. So tonight we had our poll petition on Adams Road. National Grid sends us the poll petition, and I take verbatim what they send me.
Yep.
If they say Adams Road and it's really Donna's Road, that's not mine. I can't correct it because they're sending it to us.
If National Grid said doing something on Adams Road versus poll petition on Adams Road, that was kind of more
Well-
to the reflect of what she's saying is you did not clarify the actual subject matter of the public hearing.
Well, I think if National Grid sends it to us, we'll pick on National Grid. If they send it to us and they say, we're gonna be doing something on Adams Road, I can't say, well, I think they're gonna be putting poles in, so this is to add poles.
No,
They- 'cause they
but we
could
can
come-
refuse to set up a public hearing until they provide more clarity. We have all the right in the world to do that. And we can do that in any agenda item requested to be on this board.
What is it that we think is unclear about what they're doing there? That's what I don't understand.
She's saying the notice didn't identify the cultivation of marijuana. It was just very generic to the
It could've-
processes used for farming.
Yeah, it could have been that I was growing corn and that I was making some fertilizer. And that's a whole other thing that I'm gonna present, because that wasn't part of the agreement, was that they were gonna produce their own dirt. So, can we, again, back to this thing.
Back, let's just hold up on this for a moment. As it reads, there's nothing untrue in that statement. It doesn't give the specificity of what they're growing, but I don't know why there'd be any requirement to. They're not growing anything yet. They're building a grow facility. What is getting grown, I think, is irrelevant to the pertinent things for the state and for the town.
The hearing was about a site assignment for a
But-
specific purpose, which was growing marijuana, not growing anything you want to grow. I don't think it was being assigned as a Farm 61A type. That's not the site assignment it's getting for any generic growing
Right, but I
purpose.
think we've covered pretty thoroughly in our past meetings exactly what they are growing as caregivers. That's been
That's
But there seems to
thoroughly
be-
publicized.
different boards have to be repeated, and each time they have to be clear with the subject matter for each board they come to and how they do a public hearing.
But it seems like
It's a
there's
new
another.
board, they're doing a new process.
Sounds
with.
like there's another name added onto this from what she just read, because we only discussed with CPC, caregivers or whatever, care patient givers.
No, UTR was in the in
Yes,
the,
that's property manager.
whatever the documents we got.
Property
the-
management.
The only
That's
yeah, I had only
Catherine
seen the
Tripolo.
CPC name
Okay,
stuff,
yeah.
so that was unfamiliar to me, sorry.
and that's-
But when I told people what actually
I
was,
thought,
they couldn't
yeah.
believe that it wasn't written in the paper. And they had a definite opinion.
But this is a location we talked about. This is,
We did it on the business side. Board of Health is looking at it on a whole different perspective, such as composting or other things, and giving the town people more input specific to the actual what's gonna happen on site, where we're like, yeah, go to the state
Right,
and then start.
so
And what
where
we
our-
said is you can go to the Board of Health and planning
so where
and
our
develop the
concerns
process.
addressed the licensing and they addressed our agreement, a non-opposition letter. And we were asking all these questions into the location, everything else, where we wanted it to go, was strictly to approve our non-opposition letter. It really has nothing to do with the construction phase.
Completely,
And
that
the
was all
construction-
pushed down the
In the
line.
construction phase, the feeling is they should be required to designate exactly what the building is structured for.
During our discussions, one of the things that was brought up is those details would be addressed at the other boards, the planning board, the Board of Health. So we didn't really get into those
Trying to
details, if
understand
I
it.
remember.
I'm
Well, I
not
think
being
because
No, I'm
guys
with
would-
you, I'm thinking, I'm just,
You guys would have no vote on those, that aspect of this
Right, but
project.
certainly
we don't
building
have
Right.
jurisdiction, right?
Building permits should be in line before ground is broken. If there's no permits, there should be no broken ground, there should be nothing going on until the permits are.
Maybe this
Well,
site
they're gonna
assignment is the
claim-
first step.
They're gonna claim, just a guess, this is a hypothetical situation, but having been in farming, they're gonna claim, where they're claiming that they are an agricultural unit, they can start putting up something like greenhouses under the law. They can do that. They don't need permits for that. That's the law. Now, the question that has to become, and this came up in one of our meetings, if you recall, there's certain aspects of the definition of agriculture, certain commodities and the way they're produced. Now, I don't know, this is, maybe the thing that they adopted a few weeks ago, that strange, whatever it
Oh, the
was,
state
that law,
rules.
maybe it clarified it, I don't know, but within the confines of the definition of agriculture as it is in Massachusetts, marijuana is not defined as agriculture.
It's a drug.
And they
This is
can't
a drug
claim,
production facility.
they can't claim that until that particular law changes. At some point, maybe it'll change, I don't know. But I can tell you this, I'm pretty sure about this, so, for that reason, that's probably why they're claiming it if they're an agricultural enterprise. Now, they meet the first phase of it as having five acres in production, and they can produce, there's about 65 acres in that parcel. And so, it wouldn't be hard for the parcel to meet the definition, but,
Well, actually, I disagree with that, sir.
oh, it's easy. I mean, I know the parcel quite well. My family used to own it, we were gonna farm it.
You get the solar farm up there,
What?
you got the solar farm up there, you got the stone crusher here, and here's his parcel right here, that he's gonna put the marijuana thing, the dirt place, this greenhouse thing is medical, right? You're gonna have a dirt place right next to the medical place?
Yeah, now the composted material or whatever they're
No, I'm
doing,
talking about the
if it's
dirt.
agriculture, that's legal.
So I'm not disputing that, sir. I'm not disputing the
Okay.
legality of a business. What I'm saying is, the process of this site assignment, that is saying, first time ever in this town, we're giving a thumbs up, just like we did with the solar, before we had anything established. And what happened? People came from Pennsylvania, because this was the easy score place. And let me tell you, that is zoned industrial.
I know it is.
We have bylaws, right,
Mhm.
that state one business, one parcel. Anything else is prohibited unless it's complementary. When it was first established with that rock crusher, it was determined it was complementary based on a person that worked for this town that was never licensed,
Mhm.
and he never passed the law the management or the technology part of the test. 3 times I have documents of the failure. After the 3rd time, they shouldn't have been extended. He was extended. They gave that site assignment based on utilities, that it was gonna get solar utilities to run the rock crusher. That never happened.
Right.
But wait, that never should have happened. As far as I'm concerned, that's an illegal siting. You cannot build that, oh, that was established that way already, so now we're gonna inject this piece. That's a whole nother argument. What I'm stating regarding this site assignment is we are deciding about something coming into this town, and I'm not against business. What is happening on that land, what I was told, and the laws have not been followed. And again, the semantics of what the parcel and the greenhouse, that isn't what this is about.
Well, if
This
they're
should not-
using the excuse, I shouldn't say, maybe not the word excuse, but whatever, it's semantics, but if they're using it as an agricultural operation to get around certain aspects of siting, then whether it is or it isn't agricultural, is pretty pertinent to this question. It is the center of the question because they can't start, certain things can't happen if they aren't agricultural. Certain things can if they are. Now, I don't know, and I don't know what's in it. I have to confess I've seen certain aspects of this new.
I will provide, I promise you, I will provide all the documents that I've researched. I will provide you with bylaws. I will provide you with state laws. I will provide you with these town laws. And mind you, this is not federally mandated.
No.
Okay? This is not federally mandated.
No, it's not.
And we have, I just want to go back to the whole thing of the zoning. If it states one business, one parcel of land, if you can use utilities as an excuse, why would you ever have the prohibited remark there? Because every business needs a utility.
Is that only the industrial zones that have that
And
statement,
it
one
says
business, one parcel?
I believe it is a generic statement.
Okay.
I have stuff home, I have stuff here, these
Yeah.
are just prints. But I am not gonna say something that I haven't looked at, and I'm just really concerned because I'm gonna experience this going down this road again, and it's gonna be just continual, just like you're saying, sir, I don't disagree with you, but the whole thing of going around and they can get around this, that isn't being transparent and that isn't being honest. If it's, and the responsibility of a person that is gonna be running that facility and all the regulations and all the aspects and all the record keeping and everything that goes with that. Somebody has to you have to prove that you're transparent and that you have a moral compass. That isn't what I feel, that isn't what I've noticed, and I know you heard me make that statement. I expected it to be done by the books. It's not.
Okay.
But just so you know, the Board of Health has no say on the zoning in town.
Right.
So it's a different board that would have to speak to that issue.
Well, actually, it's the building inspector. The building inspector is the only
Right.
one that can,
So they can go all the way down this path?
no.
And then be told, no, you can't, if they
No,
wait that long to
no,
go to
they
the
have
building
to-
inspector.
No, they have to have the
They've
thumbs
already
up
signed a
already.
letter.
Yeah, see,
Before what?
they have to have the thumbs up saying, we deem that as complimentary before they can go to a site assignment. So somebody has already said it's complimentary. And I am saying
Okay.
that it's based on the established rock crushing thing, which is not complimentary to the solar to begin with. So that using that as a basis to have the marijuana facility and then tying it all in and using that as, oh, it was already established, that is not okay. And I don't wanna,
No, I got you.
Has this been before the planning board yet?
I don't believe so.
no, it has to have a site assignment first.
Mhm.
So it hasn't even got to that level yet.
No.
The site assignment is the 14th, but people are not even gonna know what's going on.
Mhm.
People don't truly know
They
the
don't even
truth.
know to come to the meeting, they don't even know what it is.
Yep, now they haven't been approved yet by the state.
No,
To me,
they-
I'm not even on that part.
Yeah, we got a communication from them saying the state can start moving forward with
Oh, okay.
this, and their hope was to be an established business by FY19. And this
Yeah,
is
but I
all
didn't-
hopes. I mean,
Yeah,
we all know
I didn't
timelines
think they had a
change,
formal
but
vote. I was talking to Paul.
So, at the end of
on
the day, did I just waste my time sitting on here and nothing can be done about it? Or can it be rewritten to include that, to at least, as you said, Andrew, you know, to have that confidence and have that transparency to the public? Because it is important to know that. It is important to have feedback. It's in
The
my.
biggest issue with this is the fact that this board does not have oversight over the Board of Health. This is a
Correct.
Board of Health issue. So the select board, the town administrator do not oversee the Board of Health.
And
this
this
is
is-
their posting.
This is also not an agenda issue for our meeting tonight, so there's little we can do about it legally as a select board.
Okay.
what we can do is,
Until it's had adequate
Okay,
you
posting
can ask on
for
behalf of
other
the
people to
town,
express an
Right,
opposing point of
potentially
view.
a certain state
So,
department to see what they think
We're
about
willing
this
to listen.
posting,
We
It's-
can't do much for action.
just for our
What
What do
own
you
other-
knowledge.
suggest?
And
see what other
Andrew,
towns have done.
Andrew can, you can keep working with Andrew. But as a board, we can't take any official action on it. But I think the discussion's important in understanding what's going on. When I had no idea about the multiple use of the land.
Right.
That could
Ultimately,
be a
that's going
problem.
to be a decision of the planning board.
Which part, sorry?
The
Multiple
use, the
use or
multiple
whatever.
use of the
Mhm.
property, because the planning board will give the authority to them to cite what operations they want to do on that site. So once it goes with, after it gets by this point, this is the first stage. This is not, once they get the approval from the Board of Health, that's it, it's going up tomorrow.
No, that is actually, just like you gave the consent and then the process starts, the Board of Health, their mission, and that state, there's the laws in the state, that is their job to say, yes, it is not going to harm, it is not gonna change the
Right.
people's, property values, it's not gonna be harmful to the people around that area at all, and then they say it has a site assignment. So now you're established that Barry has said he can have marijuana farms here.
But that next step for the planning board is for them to say that, yes, the proposed site plan is in accordance with the laws of the town. So, while you mentioned that they're proposing 3 different uses on this one site, that is completely.
There's 2 there already.
If there's 2 there already and this be the 3rd, then that would be the forum to bring up that that is not in accordance with the law.
But what I'm trying to tell
It is
you.
it's their responsibility as the board of the planning board to make that determination.
That's what I mean, that's where you can make that argument and win it.
And if they
Because
want to
they
proceed
have
from there, they would need to get a variance or a
jurisdiction on
special.
the zoning.
This board does
Can
not
I
have
just-
the oversighting authority over those boards to
Okay.
tell them how
Okay.
to
Apply,
Yeah.
yes. So,
The zoning
so
board
can I
of
just
appeals
say
probably might have
one
to
more
come
thing
up.
to just drive it home? The only person that can deem more than one parcel on, one business on one parcel is the building inspector. And that has to happen, is deemed complimentary by that person. Once that happens, it goes to the citing if it's never been in the town before. And then once that happens, you aren't having that argument in the planning board. In the planning board, you might be arguing about buffer zones and lighting.
But the planning board, the building inspector acts as zoning enforcement officer based off the decisions that the planning board makes. So whatever they present at that planning board meeting, it's the building inspector's job to enforce that. So ultimately, it's not the building inspector that makes that decision, it's the planning board. So that needs to be brought up in that forum.
Okay, so,
The building inspector technically is to administer the planning board's zoning rules they've created, and the town are incorporated as
And the state
bylaw.
building codes. Minor part of it, but.
But there's a lot of more steps is what we're saying,
I
despite it all.
went through this before.
But
I
here's my
realize
bigger
that.
thought about the whole notice and the concern about, do we push it on another 2 weeks? Technically, that is the Board of Health's decision, as well as the applicant, if they've been even given the heads up that this may or may not. Because if it ends up that they didn't post it properly, and the state for some reason deems it was not posted properly, the state would require you to repeat the process.
Well, see,
And if the longer they wait for that, the longer they start over. So that's becomes a judgment decision on their part of, do they think they need to restart, or are they gonna risk the potential of having to start over? And that is what we all do as elected officials is kind of, we've got to take a risk of what we think our constituents want us to do. Board of Health is elected, and what we think is gonna keep it moving. So
Right.
they might be right, or they might find that there's a neighbor that is going to make sure, and I'm just leaving it at that.
Right,
I'm not
I hear
even,
you. I hear you. And
so
they think-
that's all we can do, is recognize.
Okay, I appreciate that
And
time
follow
of
up.
listening to me, because it's been a long night for you guys, I know that. I really appreciate that, and I really wanted
You
more
were patient.
of guidance, and I was hoping that that could happen. And another thing, just like I said, I respected him, I don't wanna go outside of this town. I really, really don't wanna do that, and that's not as a threat. That's a sincere comment, because I wouldn't have come to this board. I am asking you, I have John as a witness, when I was at the Board of Health meeting, trying to explain how they never, I will fill you all in this, just trust me. Dana was the chair, Mr. Pickens, who, he's passed away, and Miss Frost was on that board. Dana would not let me speak. He would not let me speak. So I feel like I'm gonna go up against that on the 14th anyway. I wanted more time to try to let people know what was going on. I'm very fearful that I'm gonna go through what I went through last time. And I'm just having confidence in the town and the changing of the guard that things are gonna change. And that things are gonna, it's not gonna be good old boys, it's not gonna be who you know, it's gonna be what's right for the people of the town and following the laws. And again, thank you for listening to me. I still don't know at the end of the day what you're telling me. They can't make any decision on this to change it because it's the Board of Health. If I go to the Board of Health, can I request that it be reposted? And they could just tell me no, just like Andrea did. Is that basically my rights? And then what, I don't know where I'm gonna be left.
Right.
And I don't wanna have to go get a lawyer,
To be
but I will.
honest, this is something I think we technically can do, but I don't think there's time out to help you.
Okay.
Is we can bring up what you said and speak to our own town council to figure out
Maybe
the
something-
ramifications of the posting and whether the
The
town would be
legality of the
considered
I
not
got
doing
you.
the right thing.
I got you.
So we can't tell the Board of Health to
I
change their
understand.
mind, but we
can't step on
can
feet.
review and
provide
say, and my best guess is, the answer is gonna be something like, it probably could have been done better.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna be any,
Right.
you should do it again.
And
Right.
that's it. And ultimately, if it goes through that process and it gets challenged on the state level that it wasn't, expressed enough, then it's gonna fall back on the applicant to start from scratch. It's not gonna fall back on the town for not posting it, correct?
Okay.
And my concern with the state level is, as I said right along with the marijuana issue, the state is like, hey, fantastic, let's tax it. And they seem to be.
Right, they're like just thumbs up,
They
right?
seem to be bug-eyed and blinded by anything about it except for the tax money. So we're really left
Well, I'm
holding the
counting
bag
on you
here,
guys.
trying to, we spent a lot of time in this issue, despite the dozens of people in here hollering at us to just approve the damn thing.
And I do
and-
know that.
and
I do know that.
we're gonna come down to have to start looking at bylaws for recreational and determine what we're gonna do, if we're gonna do. And, there was a proposal, I think that it did go through, as selectmen can ban it if the referendum failed their town, which it did not fail our town. So we
Right.
would not have the power to ban it in this town because of that.
Right.
If you can't stop it, you gotta make some good real regulations to cover
Right,
it.
exactly, that's, right.
This is the tip of the iceberg. I would think, argue that you don't think it was filed properly, and you might request them and perhaps suggest to them that this could come back to haunt them if it wasn't, because you're gonna pursue it further up to the state.
I'm not stopping, I'm not gonna be, I'm trying to be irritating.
And certainly,
I believe this
if the
woman.
filing was done wrong and somebody agrees it's done wrong, you guys are gonna come backstep a couple months because of this. You didn't tell us what it was about, you weren't specific, and you could certainly make that request at the meeting and see what they say. But we can't decide upon it.
I understand that.
First of all, because it's out of our power, and secondly, it wasn't on our agenda, so
I get
even if we had a great
I-
agreement, we can't make an action on it without a fair posting for other people to oppose the view.
I get that. And I really, like I said, I don't know the process. I was trying to do the chain of command, and you agree, I was very polite with you, and right? So I appreciate you taking the time and listening to me, and you're probably gonna hear more,
Okay,
It's okay.
thank
Fair
you.
enough.
okay?
That's our
And-
job.
And one more thing, how, with agendas, like if something's getting done wrong on another board, like, do I have to call to make an appointment for an agenda here to air that? Or
I
that
think it
doesn't
would
happen? How
depend-
does that happen?
Well, it would depend,
On the
sorry,
board.
if it's an elected board,
Right.
you, the people, elected those officials.
I did not.
I'm just saying, you, the people, meaning
Yes,
you, the people, elected these people into positions, and the select board has no oversight over those committees and
okay.
commissions, so to speak.
Oh, man, this is gonna be nice.
Because they're
I don't wanna have to get a lawyer.
But
Because
to
they're
answer your
elected.
question, if you would come to before this board, we post our meetings and our agendas 3 business days prior. So you would have to put a request to be heard officially before that, so it can be posted publicly for others to come in
Okay,
because of that,
okay,
in favor or against.
right,
I
okay.
don't know the postings for the other committees, but
Everybody's the
typically.
same time,
So
according to
if you gotta
Mass
be on an
General
agenda,
Law.
you need to make a request
we're
to
pretty
that
flexible
committee ahead
on
of
it.
time to be
Okay.
put on their
I know
agenda.
you are, you guys agree, you've been really good to me, so.
So you need to get on their agenda several days, business days prior.
But do I have to do that if the,
If you
site
want,
assignment's been announced? I can speak there because it is a hearing.
That's a public hearing.
Yeah.
But if it's something specific that I wanna bring up to that particular board, I have to, contact them to say that I would like to speak about such and such.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's up to the
It's-
chair
It's
whether
up to
to
the
allow.
chair. Yeah, it's up to
they
them.
don't have to allow it.
They don't
Yeah.
have to allow it.
They
They-
have to, they
They
don't have to?
have to.
That, not necessarily.
Yep.
That's really sad.
We don't have to
Yeah.
allow you to speak
But-
tonight, but we
Right,
do.
right.
But you
We
have
want
all the
everyone to
power
have
in the
their
world to
input.
let everybody know if they're allowing you to do it.
Okay.
That's your own voice and use your
Okay.
methods. That's,
You
That's
understand, so I'm
the-
just giving you guys a heads up where I'm at, and it's nothing personal against you guys. Like I said, I was really very impressed that you guys are gonna put efforts in to bring money in, like your ideas were outstanding.
To get as far as they got was not an easy task for them.
I hope that, I got
um,
sick again, and I didn't get to follow up with the agreements that you made. I'm hoping, I heard you say 2%, I didn't wanna ask because I would get sick.
Oh, I tried. It did not go
Okay.
that way.
All right, well,
but-
I'm sure you did due diligence, but,
The other aspect on, if there are procedural violations that are against the law,
right,
we have people that will, it happens quite a bit actually, take us, not us,
I know.
but to the district attorney's office or the attorney general's office.
Yeah, I don't want, so that's the whole thing. I really don't, I love this town, I would never do something like that. I
Yeah.
don't wanna have to.
Well, people do.
I'm trying to approach this. in
People
a-
do it and they raise questions, and if they find something wrong, well, then that,
Yeah.
I don't think most of the committees and stuff try to be deceitful.
Oh, no. Well,
I think they're trying, but.
I don't think you guys are right now.
Okay.
So do I have to, those things that I said I wanted to present, you don't really care about knowing?
oh, I do care about knowing.
You would like to know that history, just so you had an
Yeah.
idea? Okay.
It helps because it's
Just for information at least, so you know where I'm coming from, that I'm not just somebody with like, a tinfoil hat just here to hear myself talk.
Right.
This is really serious to me. It really, really is.
I understand.
And work is going on up there that should not be, and it has been. Dirt's getting taken out, big rocks are getting brought in. I've tried to call the Conservation Commission, nobody's gone up there and checked. I've made calls.
Dirt's
and
being taken out in what fashion?
Dump trucks, I have pictures. I'm telling you.
That's
I'm telling you, I'm
removal
trying to
of
tell you.
Aggregate
Zoning.
requires,
Probably a zoning thing.
it requires a permit to remove.
You cannot
any of it.
remove
You can't
loot.
remove, transfer.
there's a town
Out of
bylaw.
town.
It just can't
You
be
can't do it.
removed from
Cannot
town.
take
You
No
can't move
loan.
it out of town, but
You cannot move it from one place to another place.
I think you can move it within town. You cannot take it
Yeah,
out
you-
of town.
You can't take it out of town,
Right.
that's,
Well, you don't know where those trucks were going.
No.
They moved it from, well, I'm not gonna do the whole history right now. Just trust me that I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
certainly
be
warrants
careful, this is,
looking into that
They won't go up
aspect
there
of
and look.
things.
I've called, you've seen it, you've heard it.
Might warrant a call to them.
They scraped
If
it
they're
down the
moving
clay for the rock person,
material
all that dirt.
Property's a good chance of moving and selling.
All
Where
the
is
one
it?
that they scraped off Cole's
Which is
Farm
that's a major no-no.
to put that stone crusher there, which the woman about that thick, it's gone.
And I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay, thank
At
you.
least I gave it a
Executive
shot.
session.
Okay,
I appreciate you listening, guys, I really do.
thank you.
Thank you. Is this about that whole
Now, do
email
we
thing?
need to set a time for next week? We do, right?
We have an executive session first, Charlie. We have an executive session.
Yeah,
so-
I was just setting a time before I,
Oh,
Take
for
your
DPW?
what?
For before the DPW?
Yeah, because we're probably gonna come out to adjourn. That's why I was
Yeah.
bringing it up
Do
now.
you wanna do like 6 o'clock next week
Sure, I could do
Can
six.
you do 6?
on Monday? Oh, sorry.
Can you?
Just gonna do the 6:30 and then half hour and then 7 we do the DPW?
Yeah, and if we
Like
have.
we usually
can-
do. It shouldn't take more than, nothing was more to review, it was just a couple corrections, right? And get some
Okay.
wage authorizations or
Right,
something?
yeah. just
Yeah,
provide-
why don't we
No, those Charlie will just sign this.
Why don't we just post for 6:30? and
Okay.
then-
Sorry,
Okay.
brain shut
The
down.
DPW meetings are usually fairly short, so if we had. to,
Yes,
we
the
could-
30 seconds if we're not there.
Yeah, if we can, if we have to
Well, that's a-
reconvene after. Okay, that's okay with
It's
you?
the, it's a poll issue we gotta look at there, and there's two things we're gonna
The
address
union
there.
contract.
The contract. Oh,
Yeah.
3 things then, union contract, poll issue, and there was a third thing.
And if you send me,
And
if you can get a hard
the
copy
information.
scanned and just send me the union contract, I'll review it before I show up and I'm not like
Okay,
wasting time.
yeah,
Okay,
the website information
Mhm.
Yes,
and IT budgets.
right, because we wanted to look, okay.
I mean, I can try to make it for 6, but that also excludes me from trying to make it to this public hearing.
okay, we'll, yeah, we'll
I'm just saying, that's, it's,
No, oh, that's right, it is the 14th, same day. Like the 20th.
Alrighty, we've got a executive session, and I will need the
I think I know how to
appropriate-
do this. I think I do. I make a motion to go into executive session for MGL Chapter 38, Section 21, Paragraph 7, to discuss special municipal employees, firefighters, and EMS. We will only return to adjourn,
We'll adjourn therefrom.
to adjourn,
Following.
You're just saying in
Forward.
adjourn therefrom.
and adjourn therefrom.
Yep.
And we'll be in for what, about 15 minutes?
I don't know, we don't have to disclose that.
No one's coming back
You
to
don't think
check
so?
on us,
No one's
so.
coming back because we're gonna adjourn from the meeting. I second the
Okay.
motion, or do we need to?
Okay, call for a vote, favor?
Aye.
Wait till we're offline.
Roll
We know to wait till we're offline now.
What?
We know to wait till we're offline now,
I
right?
texted him.